Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
We are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, guys, do what to subscribe, show your girl some love. After my last visit to the Villa Awoyo Resort, I received emails, comments and Instagram DMs to revisit and document the process in tilapia farming in Ghana. I'm here today with you to experience techniques used in fish farming. Villa Awoyo is located in Sogakope in the Volta region, and it's about 2 hours drive from Accra. So we are getting ready to go on the lake, and I'm super excited. You asked for it, so this is for you. Hi, Abel.
Hi. My assistant.
Solomon. Okay.
Yeah. We have a different types of feed.
Okay.
Yeah. 4, 5 a.m.
Okay, that's the name of the fish. The feed. Okay.
We got all this from Rana fish.
Okay.
Rana feed.
Okay.
Yeah. So mostly it depends the stages of the fish that we use this particular feed for the fish.
Okay.
So we have a blue stock. The blue stock, they normally produce the flies. Mostly we don't sell those blue stocks. They can be there about 3-4 years.
Okay.
So they always produce the egg, then it's been hatched. But here, for instance, is the only place the farm, Tilapia farm, we normally produce inorganic fish.
Okay.
Inorganic fish. The whole Sogakopo is the only place that we produce inorganic tilapia.
Okay.
So when you taste the tilapia, this one is different. That feed, the one you.
Can I touch it? Okay, so this is how it
This
looks like.
4.5. 4.5.
We used to feed the blue stocks.
Okay. When you say blue stocks, what do you mean?
They are the male and female which we put here for producing the young ones.
Okay.
See, they are scared.
They are
so we
scared.
should move to the other one.
The next one.
Because we are too much here. So
so they are shy. They are shy of us.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's because of me. So you have to carefully walk here to the next one. Wow. Guys, can you see the tilapia? So how often do you feed them in a day?
The blue stock, we feed them once a day.
Yeah.
But the rest of the fingerlings, fries, and then the grow-up cages, we feed them twice a day.
Twice a day.
In the working days, we feed them 2 times.
Okay.
At weekend, we feed them once
a day. Oh, okay. I think they are now coming out. They are getting comfortable with me now. Oh, right.
During harvest, we don't harvest them.
You don't harvest these ones?
They will normally produce the flies.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And these blue stocks, we collect the fries on them 3 weeks every month. 3 weeks. And when it is 3 weeks, we give we have something called bar, or it is a metal, and we put on the under the net.
Okay.
And we drag all of them to one side.
Okay.
And the male and the female will go down, and the fries will come out.
Okay.
We have something called scoop net.
Okay.
We used to scoop the small ones from their mothers and their fathers, and we put them in another place.
Oh, okay.
That's how we go about it.
Right.
Actually, this is the scoop net we
to do. Oh.
collect them and save them in one place for them to grow up before we count them into the bigger ones.
So
every one male supposed to have 3 female. So here, as you see it here, the females are 120.
Okay.
And then the male are 40. That's the ratio.
The males have a lot of women. I know, right? How can they have like 120 and then the males are just 40?
40. 3 into 1.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. So as you can see, he's feeding all the fishes.
This is the fries, but it's rather unfortunate. The water body is not good for them to be sure. So these are the fries cages, and they are inside. From 1 day to 2-3 weeks, we call them fries.
Fries, okay.
Yes.
So they're young fishes.
Yeah, they are the young.
So I've realized that you are giving them a different type of feed.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
The name of this feed is TC1.
Okay.
Because they are the babies, they cannot pick the big ones. This is the feed for them.
Okay.
It's like powder.
Okay. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So you just spread it. So guys, it's been so exciting. Like, this is something you wouldn't know until you come here and experience it. So yeah, when you're in the Volta region, come to Villa Awoyo and request for fresh fish, because all their fishes are right here from the farm, as you can see. They look whitish than we see on our plate.
Yes, they are here for a long period of time, and at times too, when the water changes, their color also look like that.
Oh, okay. So when the water is darkish, it makes them look dark.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Guys, I hope you are learning something just as I am doing here. This is very exciting. This is like very different. I haven't experienced how fish farming is done, and so this experience is really, really enlightening.
We feed them for 2 months.
Okay.
At every stage, we change the feed. We have TC1 down to TC2, then TC3.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay, then from there, then we get to, from flags, we get to fingerlings.
Okay.
The fingerlings, that's where we count them. You count them to another cage.
How long does it take from being a fly to fingerlings? Like, how long does the growth take?
That's 2 months.
2 months.
2 months.
Okay.
2
Okay.
months, after which we get fingerlings.
Okay.
After that, the chief fisherman.
This is our chief fisherman.
Yeah.
As you can
So
see.
you've been doing a lot of work here.
They will count it. They will count the
fishes. Okay, the
into
fingerlings.
another cage.
Okay.
We count them by using a bowl, a container. We first count the first one inside the container. Then we know the number of the fingerlings that is in the container. Then from there we start fishing with the containers, and we multiply it by the number of
times.
the
Okay. So I also want to know, how would you know if one of the fishes are dead?
When it dies, it flows out.
It floats.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Then we come and pick it with scoop net.
Okay.
Then throw it out.
Out. Oh, okay.
I want to show you a fry. That's some of the fries with their moms.
Ah, with their moms.
there.
Oh, that's very, very small. I don't know if you can
Yes.
see. They are so tiny, very, very little, like just like peanuts.
Yeah.
Just as I asked few minutes ago, you can see one of the fishes is dead. He's gone to heaven, and so he will just scoop it out. You see, he's floating with a scoop net. Okay.
So this is what we call mortality.
Mortality.
Yes,
What causes their death?
This is the part of the bad nature of the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the water is not well for the system, and some dies, and some will correspond with the stimuli. Yeah, so as you can see, the nature of this fish is not corresponding to the
weather.
Yeah, so that's why it's dead.
That's why it's dead. Okay.
And we are many in their side. They fish here to get down.
To come up. Ah, they've seen a lot of strange people.
Yes, please. As you can see.
Oh, wow.
They are feeling shy.
They are feeling shy. I'm sure they are even used to your voice. So when they see the image and different people, and look at me wearing, they are now feeding on them.
These are the fingerlings. They are now older than fries. They are 1.5 months now.
Okay.
So we call them fingerlings.
Okay.
So very soon we'll be counting them.
Okay. So do you know the total number of fishes here?
In this one?
No,
yes.
I especially the big ones.
Yes, please.
You know, okay,
know
because
them.
you count them.
Yes.
But because the fries are too little, it takes when they are grown before you
we
count them.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many cages? Anyway, one section is a cage. How many cages do you have in all?
In all our farm, we have 97 cages.
97 cages.
Yes.
Oh,
Each
right.
one is made up of 7 by 7.
Okay.
And some are 5 by 5.
Okay. So I have seen somewhere before that other fish farmers, they fish in like ponds, but you fish directly in the Volta River. Is there a reason?
Yes, as you see, the water here is used for fish.
Okay.
So if you are using the water, the river to produce your fingerlings or your cage, it do well more than
the pond.
The pond.
Okay, because the pond, most people would tend to use fresh water.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And this one too, the water moves from one place to another. So if there is some disease, times it moves out
from the water.
It will be
okay.
secure.
So I am very curious. I want to know, what happens? Do you cover the cages? Because I mean, birds and other predators might feed on them, especially the flies and the fingerlings.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yes. At first we have been covering them, but when the sunshine is not enough for them, they die.
They die.
So we remove them. When they are young fingerlings and fries, we remove this thing. But when we count them to the grow-up cages, then that we do this in cover.
Okay, so do you cover the young ones or you still leave them?
We didn't cover the young ones because as of yet we didn't count them. But when we count them to the next cage, then they have a number.
Okay.
So we have to cover them so that the birds will not pick them.
Okay. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the entire experience. I see some weeds, like this weed here around the cage. What do you do to get rid of them?
We have a bamboo stick called bamboo.
Okay.
That we use to remove them.
Okay.
Early in the morning when the winds are not blowing, and we take them out. This morning self we remove them back because of the winds. Some come back.
Brings them back.
Yes.
Okay, so they are floating weeds. They still keep coming.
Yes, please.
Okay, sure.
And as you can see, that's some small ones floating coming.
Yeah, they are still floating towards them. So that's why they've blocked it with this gallons so that it won't come towards the fishes. Oh right. They look whitish than we see on our plate.
Yes. They are here for a long period of time, and at times too, when the water changes, their color also look like that.
Oh, okay. So when the water is darkish, it makes them look dark.
Yeah.
Oh right. Guys, I hope you are learning something just as I am doing here. This is very exciting. This is like very different. I haven't experienced how fish farming is done, and so this experience is really enlightening. We are moving. We are done with this part. We are going to the, what did you say it is?
Grow-up cages.
Grow-up cages. So it means they are older.
Are there for sale.
Oh, okay. I see. So the ones that are ready to be eaten is what you are going to see now. Are you excited about it? Let me know in the comment section. Is this something you are used to? Is it something different? Have you seen it before? Have you experienced it before? Let me know in the comment section. Hi, Mina.
Hi, Stella.
You look nervous.
I swear to God, I am, but you're so brave, my mother.
So yeah, we are going to the next stage. Okay, as you can see, this is even covered.
This stage is the grown-up stage.
Okay.
Yes. So every month we collect the fingerlings, we feed them. So if you see the cages, the ones which have been covered, they are the grown-up.
Oh, it's like they like me. They like me, so they are like displayed.
Yes.
So
Okay.
he's about
So
to feed them.
This particular one, it will be the harvest stage will be around next 2 months. The other one also will be next month. The other one also will be around 3 months.
3 months, and that's like December, January.
This one is our December fish.
So these are your December fish if you come to Villa Awoyo.
They are 2 months old.
Okay.
By the time we count them up to today, they are 2 months.
2 months.
So
Okay.
we are now looking for another month, 2 months more, so that we harvest them.
Oh, okay. So
this is 3.5 mm.
Okay.
Yeah, for the 2 months.
What do they use to produce the feed?
Proteins.
Proteins. Okay.
Some proteins are feed and go for the meat.
Look at the way they are so hungry for the fish. This is so nice. Yes. About to attempt to feed the fishes.
To throw it.
Oh no, I'm supposed to throw it like
Yes.
this. Yeah. Good job. Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. Look at the way the fishes are like all over eating their feed. Wow. So how many fishes are in this particular cage?
3,000.
3,000 fishes. Oh my god.
3,000. It depending upon the cages. The cages, some are big.
Size. So this one is 5 by 5 kgs. 5 by 5.
Okay. So how many containers do you feed it in a day?
We feed them according to the stage they are.
Okay.
So this one, they are eating 10 kilo at a time.
Okay.
So the whole day will be 20 kilo, which is 1 bag.
Okay.
So
this is how it looks like.
Oh yes.
Let me see. Are they like very harmful to the fishes?
Oh yes.
They are.
They are so acidic to the fishes.
The fishes.
So we don't like them to be on the cages in such a way so that they can block the oxygen level
from the water.
The fishes.
Oh, okay.
So we need to remove them in such a way that the fish can get more oxygen so that they can be enough for us to harvest.
Look at the way you are smiling. The way he's smiling when he talked about harvesting big fishes. That's the energy I require every day.
Okay, so
see the feed here.
So this is how the feed will be floating on the water for them to be picking it, so that each and every one of them will get some, but not all of them that will be satisfied. Okay. Because some are bigger than some, so they will be, cheating the small ones.
Yeah. So this is survival of the fittest. If you are big, you use your power to challenge the little ones.
The little ones.
This is exciting.
So, your wildness is your living, as you can see them. So
it's just like life,
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So the bigger ones will be picking it faster than the smaller ones, and the bigger ones too. They have been beating the smaller ones, so the smaller ones have been afraid to get closer. So as they get some small chance, then they pick one, then they left. So the bigger ones are becoming
bigger.
Often, yeah. So they are becoming often to pick it than the smaller ones.
Smaller ones.
Yes.
All right.
So that's how it is.
I will come so that you train me too.
Okay.
So
these are the fingerlings that we have just count last 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And so they are now coming up and growing up. So their food is different from the the bigger ones, the one that we sell. So their food is little bit smaller. So now before it is going to pick.
So at this point, I'm just here observing what's going on. He's feeding the fishes, and we are right here at Sogakope Villa Awoyo, and it's very close to the Sogakope bridge. And so this is the atmosphere here. It's so calm. The last time I came, the color of the water was a bit greenish. Today it's looking a little more brownish. So it depends on the weather, it depends on the where the water is coming from, it depends on a lot of reasons. So yeah, it's exciting, really exciting. And now it just dawned on me that song, I wish I were a little fish I shall always be at the bottom of the sea, and the fisherman will never worry me. But here's the case, the fisherman will always worry you. So if you are a fish person, just know, in fact a tilapia person, I have to be specific because this is how tilapia is farmed right here in Ghana, and I'm currently in my favorite region, the Volta region. So guys, hi Mina. Hi. What was your experience here?
Oh, it was really interesting because it's not something you think about. You know, we eat fish all the time, but we don't really think of how it's, you know, it comes about. So it was really interesting. I was surprisingly entertained.
So this brings us to the end of this video. Do want to subscribe to Mina's channel.
Oh, please.
And whenever you find yourself in the Volta region and you are also here at Villa Aboyo, do you guys remember my Villa Aboyo video? If you're not, I'll share the link here. Try and watch it. This is the whole experience. Fish is right here from farm to plate. And so I'm getting ready to go and have some dinner, and I opted for banku and tilapia as always. I don't care if you come at me and say Stella likes banku too much. I was trying to eat banku like the African way, and so I'm going to eat banku and tilapia. The tilapia right here from the farm. And so thank you so much.
Please,
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Subscribe to her channel, please. Subscribe to her channel.
So yeah, that's the whole experience, and it's so exciting. Prosper, Abel, Solomon have been so helpful. They showed us all the things we needed to know, and so I'm so grateful. So whenever you come to the Volta region, come and look for them. Come and look for Prosper. Come and look for Abel. Come and look for Solomon. Yeah. Tell them Stella Chanelli sent you. Come and show them some love because it's been exciting. So yeah, let's go grab some lunch and then Villa Aboyo.
Dodo Fish Farm.
Okay. Dodo Fish Farm. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful.
You're welcome.
So until next time, on my next video, let me know in the comment section if you found this video exciting, educative, and entertaining. I love you all as always. Bye.
50K loaded. 50K loaded.
So he had to get some fishes because I requested that you all will want to see it. So this is how one looks like. This is not the biggest,
Yeah,
but this is the schoolboys. This is how it looks like. Can I touch it?
Yeah, you can touch it.
That really hurts me.
But you have to be bold.
You can hold
the head.
I hold the head like this. So this is how it looks like. Oh my god! So how long can it live without water?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. Oh, my tilapia is here. Look at this. Thank you. So my tilapia is here just as I requested for it. Look at how big and fresh it is. Right here from the farm. Mina is having salad. I don't know why you're having salad. Like, you can't come to the Volta region and have salad. Please tell her. How do you eat salad? Are you using it? Let's try the fish. Look at how fresh the fish is. You all know how much I like banku and tilapia, but this tilapia, it's a real deal. Guys, remember the last time when I came, I had the baobab fruits, and so today I found one here. This is a dried baobab, and Famia is helping me pick one, the dried one, but it's small.
communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I again respectfully invite Mr. President to present the instrument of appointment to the Inspector General of Police. One without the marks, please. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the... The Inspector General of Police may now proceed to the table to sign the oath book. Thank you very much. Mr. President, please sign his portion of the oath paper. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite the President of the Republic to deliver his remarks.
Eminent clergy, including the parish priest of Jubilee House, Reverend Canon Lamte, Vice President, Chairperson and members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Minister for National Security, Minister for Defense, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Ministers, Deputy Ministers of State, newly sworn Inspector General of Police, Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces, the Controller General of the Immigration Service, the Acting Director General of the Prison Service, Commissioners of Police and senior police officers, Chairperson of the New Patriotic Party, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to Jubilee House, the seat of our nation's presidency. We are met here this afternoon to perform an important act in the life of the nation, the induction into office of a new Inspector General of Police. This is the first time since I became president on 7th January 2017 that a formal occasion has been created to swear into the office the head of our country's police service. There's been a simple, solemn ceremony of investiture. And to that end, I'm grateful for the presence of all of you. On Wednesday, 21st July, I requested the then Inspector General of Police, Mr. James Opombuenu, to embark on terminal leave with effect from Sunday, the 1st of August 2021, pending his retirement from the police service yesterday, on Thursday, 7th October 2021. In furtherance of this, I indicated that until a substantive IGP was appointed, Commissioner of Police Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, the next in command, was to serve as acting IGP. It has been an eventful 2 months since his appointment, and the acting IGP has left me with very little choice in the matter. His actions, which have received widespread support and acclaim from the population, vindicated the decision I made to entrust him with the mandate of heading the police, albeit in a temporary capacity. It was thus with no degree of difficulty that I informed the Council of State of my decision to make his appointment a permanent one, subject to consultation with the Council, pursuant to Article 202, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic. On Friday, 1st October 2021, I received a communication from the Council informing me of the positive outcome of its consultation. Consequently, I swore in COP Dr. George Akufu-Dampare a few minutes ago as our nation's 23rd Inspector General of Police. I congratulate Dr. George Akufu-Dampare warmly on his appointment, and with no hesitation say that it is a well-deserved one. He has risen through the ranks of the police service, starting off as a constable, and has served his nation dutifully. Today, he has reached the pinnacle of his career and will serve for the next 4 years as Inspector General of Police. He has demonstrated that he will be an effective leader of the police service and will help foster its efficiency. He will be walking in the footsteps of the 22 previous occupants of the office. And I have no doubt that in Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, we have a worthy successor to Mr. James Opombuenu, and indeed the others who have gone before him. I must at this point pay fulsome tribute to Mr. James Opombuenu for his distinguished service to the police service and our nation, especially for the calm, professional manner in which he led the operations of the police to assure the peace and stability of the country during last December's presidential and parliamentary elections, a period of considerable sensitivity for the unity and welfare of the Republic. He has my lifelong respect, and I wish him a well-earned retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important things for our nation are its peace, the safety of its people, and the preservation of its territorial integrity. It is when these are guaranteed that citizens can go about their normal lives in security, and hope to improve on the quality of their circumstances. We all seek feeling safe when the men and women of the police service work to keep our communities and our streets safe. Newly sworn IGP, the issue of law and order is particularly germane at this time, when the traditional challenges to security, such as chieftaincy conflicts, land disputes, religious intolerance, ethnic animosities, and political rivalry, are being compounded by contemporary threats like drug and human trafficking, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, armed robberies, cyber crimes, and activities of nomadic herdsmen. That is why government is working to modernize and resource the police service adequately in order to assist it to maintain law and order and protect lives and property. I assure you, the government is determined to give whatever support it can so that we can have the service that the people of Ghana deserve. The Constitution has in Article 202, Clause 2, designated the IGP as the head of the police service and subject to the provisions of the Constitution and to the control and direction of the Police Council, responsible, and I quote, for the operational control and the administration of the police service, unquote. As I indicated last week at the graduation ceremony of the 50th Cadet Corps Officers Course of the Police Service, government has put in place far-reaching measures to improve the quality of the police service and the welfare of police personnel, and we will continue to do more in the coming years. It is often said that the public is the police and the police is the public. The citizenry can only have confidence in the police service when its members are seen to be honest and enforce the law without fear or favor. Your task as IGP during your term of office is to establish a service that maintains the trust of the citizenry. It is in everybody's interest that the police service conducts itself as the principal creditable instrument of accomplishing the executive's duty of maintaining law and order in the state. Governments in our body politic have term limits, and in a multi-party democracy, parties win and lose power. It is good for the health of the nation that this should be so. And this is why the police service under your leadership should not tie its well-being or otherwise to the fortunes of the ruling party of the day. As President, and together with you as Inspector General of Police, we need to cooperate to ensure that the police service is left to focus on its core mandate and not be an appendage of the ruling party. I envisage the development of a police service that goes about its function of protecting ordinary citizens, confident that there will be no interference from the powers that be. Newly sworn IGP, I believe strongly that in you we can help promote the development of a nation governed by the rule of law and respect for human rights, with the police being at the front line of this endeavor. The police has the primary responsibility of maintaining peace and keeping law and order in our country, and government will do its best to assist you in the police service discharge this effectively. May God bless the new Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu-Dampare, and us all. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
We thank the President for his very instructive remarks. It's now my pleasure to invite the Inspector General of Police to respond to Mr. President's remarks.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Nana, Chairman of Council of State, honorable members of the Council of State, Madam Chief of Staff, service commanders, the clergy, my colleague, former members, commissioners, and other heads of security agencies here present, honorable ministers of state, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to profoundly thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the honor done me by appointing me as the Acting Inspector General of Police, and today confirming me as the 23rd Substantive Inspector General of Police of our country. Mr. President, my family and I are most grateful to you for the confidence that you have in me to allow me to take such a position of service to our nation. I also would like to thank Mr. Vice President for his leadership of the Police Council and his personal support and encouragement to me over the years. And I know I will continue to count on him in this regard. Equally, I would like to thank Nana, Chairman of the Council of State, for mentoring me over the years, and other members of the Council for taking a critical look at the request of His Excellency to consider me for this position and giving your support to it. I'm most grateful. I also would like to thank my mother, the Chief of Staff, for her motherly care and support at all times, which has deepened since my appointment as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And I know now that I'm in that capacity as a substantive Inspector General of Police, more of such motherly love will be extended to me for me to have the peace of mind to work together with my colleagues to keep the peace of this country. I will, at the same time, also like to thank my sector minister, who for another very important assignment is not here with us today, for the cooperation, the support that he has given me over the years before even I became the Acting Inspector General of Police. And when I also became Acting Inspector General of Police, he has continued and even done more. And I know that now that I'm in the position, he will probably do 3-4 times what he has been doing for me. And I'm grateful to him. And I'm also very grateful to my colleagues at the service commanders level, including my big brother, the Chief of Defense Staff, for all the support I have received since my appointment as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And coming to a point that we've seen that the only weapon to defeating and fighting crime is when we work together. And I hope we'll continue to do that in the interest of this country. And I also would like to thank my colleagues, former members, the commissioners who are here, and those who are not here today, and the entire police force for the outpour of love, support, understanding accorded me since I joined the service to today, and even expanding it upon my assumption of office as the Acting Inspector General of Police. And if I have been able to do anything, it is because of that support that you've given me. So colleagues at home and the entire police force, I want to say thank you very much. And as we have always been saying, we are in this together. And when we are in it together and we do it together, the results beats people's imagination. So I hope we'll continue to stay together as a family and pursue all the things that we need to pursue in order to bring peace and tranquility to our dear nation, Ghana. Mr. President, you've actually set the pace for us in terms of what we're supposed to do, and I want to give you the assurance that working in concert with my colleagues within the police service and outside it, and also getting the support and the backing of the population of the country, we will be able to lead the police service better than we can find it. So that at the end of the day, if we leave the service and we are passing by and we see police people doing an excellent job, we will be proud and tell ourselves without anybody hearing that yes, we also contributed, and as a result of that, we are seeing a different police service. And our vision has been to become a world-class police institution. And Mr. President, we are poised, we are focused in attaining that. We know it is not going to be easy. By my colleagues and I, we have made our mind that even if we are unable to take it to that destination, we, at this time, will position the organization towards that destination such that there will be no turning back. And I know it is doable, because anything that we put our mind to, your heart to, and stay focused on it, it will definitely come to pass. So our focus is to make sure that over the years, so soon in the future, we'll become the most respected organization in the country and a reference point for Africa and beyond. Because we know that if we succeed in doing that, then at the end of the day, we'll get our respect back as an institution. The trust and confidence of the people will come back to us in a force that will help us to deepen our legitimacy. And it is something that we are proud of if we are able to achieve. And Mr. President, finally, I would like to say that we know that as police officers and other security agencies, we happen to be one of the few who become civilians twice in our lives. Before joining the service, we were civilians, and at a retirement, we will become civilian. So our focus is that the police service we are nurturing today will be the police service that will police us and our children and our family when we come back into retirement. And knowing the privileges that we enjoy as officers now, if we are unable to institute a police system that will police us better than what is currently being done, then we will be the losers. So whatever we do today in terms of making the police service better, we do it for ourselves. And Mr. President, working in concert, in partnership, and in unity with my colleagues at all levels within the organization, we can assure you that we'll stick to it and achieve it, to make you proud, to make the people of this country proud, to make our families proud, and make ourselves also proud. So, Mr. President, once again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me such a rare privilege to serve my country in this capacity. And I want to assure you that I came into service with humility, with integrity, and with an understanding that when we are all in it together, the result is better. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity once again. Thank you, sir.
We thank the Inspector General of Police for his pledge to continue to deliver excellent service in the interest of our nation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all too soon we're coming to the end of this very solemn and impressive ceremony. And it's my pleasure once again to invite Reverend Samuel Lanti to lead us in the closing prayer.
Please let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we praise you because you are the beginning and the end. You prompt our actions with your help and complete them with your blessings. May the swearing in of the Inspector General of Police energize him, to pursue excellence, justice, and dedication to duty. May St. Michael, the glorious archangel and standard bearer, the patron saint of the police, fan the flame of the gifts you have given him and reveal your grace and truth to him each day. We beseech you, dear Father, to send us out of here in the power of your Holy Spirit and further us with your continual help, so that in all our work began, continued, and ended in you, we may glorify your holy name. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all, now and always. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Kenolanti. Ladies and gentlemen, you may observe that we should have had a photo session before the closing prayer, but we've noticed that photo sessions usually tend to be more interactive. So we would want to make it the last anthem. So immediately after the national anthem, we'll have the photo session and then depart the hall. So may I crave your indulgence to be outstanding as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. So we'll get set for the photo session shortly after Mr. President finishes interacting with the key officials. Thank you very much. We'll soon invite Mr. President to have a photo session with the IGP and other officials. Thank you very much. Mr. President may now have the photo session with the Inspector General of Police and the other officials. The media should please give space to Mr. President. He's coming to take the photo session now. Shall we be seated as Mr. President takes his first photo session with the Inspector General of Police. Without the mask, please. And once they are done, they'll be joined by the Vice President of the Republic.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are three types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these three types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Back from the break to break my back. So after a 3-week leave period, we definitely are back to leave a mark. Thanks to Mrs. Oparijan for hosting the show in my stead. And thank you for making time to join us for this episode. We definitely are seated for a riveting discussion. Today, music icon Rocky Dawuni joins me on this episode. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. All right, so thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nani Aredu, It's with oneplayafrica.com. Ajinata de black on black. Nana, yeah, fine.
I'm not doing Bokon. A week in the moon, DJ advice a birthday.
Oh, okay.
Intina, I'm a black, no son.
May he so continue to rest.
I'm Madame for Pam in a bomber.
Advice I didn't know any part.
Yeah.
Any papa.
Yeah.
But apart from that, be okay.
Unyamia don't see a good one. I'm to say, I mean, say, Bisaya. We are working on some new projects in Tamani personal, but apart from that,
be fine.
Nameshanema.
Why the rich Moabuatin is a columnist, and why the dean birthday Nominiha? But me who saw church on him, I say, oh, I dear death, a swabasso, it's here, Biasu, said the end there. Why the be fine?
I didn't know I believe.
I believe
walls.
I believe you to be aso.
Hey, so mommy. You say what me can hear. So mommy.
I believe it's your denzo.
It's your biaso.
Hey, so mommy.
I would only toothbrush name.
What is that? I believe bizu or hayana sokudia anything.
So
those days would you now they choose.
Would they choose? Only say they only have
a would council now there.
Oh dear, and it's the forum on my chili pan.
I'm brother is on standby with Nkomo.
Yɛwura bosom foforo mu ze pink October wo chema me we kroma mun check you info na mu ze bibia yo okay na maboni se ohunu wo ananum se nkoma ekoso entertainment industry na atse maboa no amahyehyam na besom ti we de yen se me kwa ma yen twa ye ho na yen fa ne yeko embesom as I share nkoma na se de na ye broadcaster na aba na mo ha na asem na yen fendi kan ona we Twitter na watwia na yi ni nkofo wo follow ni do bi sane so na aba we de ye wa asem bisa we yen ntokwa be se bisa wo se wo serious boyfriend and a boyfriend serious and wo bia na aba kire ma oh ono de o date alright but say go ma ze also but me date obi no nipa ni date but onim so nipa no date ni de o taking it serious and about one side and ka say we no ni dating still I ni mo nipa ko ni date na ba hu sem ya eye actress edusa for I don't could beat us eye ono no ye advert so person hu nipa ya meken ya ona na watchi o den sem bia beto just say na watchi bia violence obetumi atena baby no bia kokko fan sem no de abeg for nsem bia I said nkofo chema twasu eye edusa for chema ye na ba na mo ne boy tese o tare ne boy hu bare o why ne kura nyi nkofo say na wono ti pay do nyese wukuno boy na oba beku o chima boy nko feni na do yen de ncheda you was your businessman bi I safu achire mama sanso aka say range over na battery kwa onu na boy na toman na etwa mafunsu mo say say na ban stay away from the boy hu na woku hu when stay away be releasing new photos yeah because there so one arresting cause or threatening ye na do yin sem de bebre ba ye ni die chi se na be ko bia de komo nyina e ba besom gospel musician Celestine Donko no so de sem bia betujo chema ono ne mame tama ne mame fa ye funu no ano onyem no ne mame ye na disan ko obeyi obeyi nyin se negu na so nyame ncha de obubugu ho o chema tama ne mame hu so onyem no na we di 5 months asan ne mame hu so onyem ye Celestine no ne je ko hu ye edusifu bi ho se nka won bo na nka won ye herbalist Phoebe. No edi kan ko no chema wo abafa na oda oyem ne de so wo ye hu ubo hu mu so obeyi na ubewu but wan fa anya asem no sanso ko hu second one de odeshi na ejo mix edu kakra bi ma no odi kan ya na Celestine chire ma ye time 5 months na ne ma menyim na ne ma mebubu ho kosi so di 9 months oh yes oba be wo no ansa na ma me sorry so chema no de ye miracle baby ankasa wan so ne me ya ade Celestine Donko de wani nyuma ye gospel music ya oboy wa inspire ko fu bebre nti wa bo ne me ya ade sani mo pe nyina na ba abotu wo mpa na onu no ba be ye wo shira na wa ba bo but pressure nti we di ko fe chema ka so wa wo bebre o de yes ade a wo be kire na akoko ye say chrome ha Ghana ha ye we asa ye da sori bia ye beti se wo so onyumtuni bia na asini twani bi ne ho a kire no a veteran for one wa bebo bra won atwam de bia na wa ba so say na ekoso but eye numtuni comedical de nsem bia twema onu ankaza so ye numtuni high life musician osuro o down say dan da cause and now what to say you want edi kan fu obi say ne ho akyere na we yabwa gugo na afede won akwakoye donation no chema system na enye adwuma na ye bi wo ho no ma obobra but onua obebobra ka hia na wobetua wobetumi ese bi alright ka se bia do check how far but the system ni ye adwuma se nka wote hoyi whilst you are not working na nka ye adwuma na nka unya ho fa so a nka nya se nkofo bibre kumi guitar no sanso chema ono sometimes kwa odwe ho na ye say na music onja ya na so onto aso cause ono so ebusi obehwe but system ni enye adwuma na se wobesa woni mfifiri show na se ebia CDs na se bibia beton na benya ho fa so dia na wo koya na se wo ba kumi guitar no sanso de nsem bia to dwa chema entertainers wo krom ha say about 98% of them omo ye depressed we over stage or abe entertain wa to nyom wey movie ba be feel say bibia you okay ba ko check ma omo mental health it plays just say omo brankasa but ni nyina achi kofo pay attention to it say wu so osere wo na no say no ane o chema won so wo fe mankasa say yeto aso de nyuntini family no de nsem bia betenya nothing I get mini hwe nothing I get o chema tama on ogidi brown oye adwuma no o signing for 2.5 million Ghana cedis but o chema 1 cedi awon abomu tokronia ebi anka nensa signing na scanner woman na wodi ye music video wodi shoot ni ade but pass onye bi botare tafred ye we nye bi nti sa asem na ya nkofo kase o na ogidi brown aboa no na oye boni aya ne sese o chema scanner de embedi ni side o ya wodi ya ne se wodi ye adwuma but o se ayo nti ase so numtuni bi wo signing no record label bia na amafo ye se bia record label na ne ho akwakodim but o chema ono so ne talent na wodi ye adwuma o se ne nim fifiri o na ahode no de tunyom nti aya sa na ya nkofo appreciate musicians but o maka se o record label fun kwa na wo sakodim o chema anya sa net singer Miss Bell na waton krebie so won fama Ghana for merema for chema krom ha se ma normalize be ma cheat dia se wa worry o relationship ka wo chema mema de wetimi ya cheat ya ade a ase wo won die eni but onu chema sa asem ne mutumi fanfa ne dan echi o se ona wo ho se mu bia mu wo ho no na se wonim na wo fa ne echi onu so be fa wo echi nti fa na echi du onu so be fa wo echi du sa asem na mo ka na mo pese mo ye se bia obia de enti se ensem fata se obechiti na wo no berema wo no fa wo echi kwa na ja watena ho sa debi wo fa na echi du onu so be fa wo echi du
maybe they find the whole time you want me baby there because if you feel that my pussy is for you alone, your dick is for me alone. If you can share no to the no. No, if you can share your dick to have some pleasure. Hello, I want to have some pleasure too. I am talking as a woman.
So yet one common so the Nigeria ni nyumtuni Joe Boyd ni ache Ghana on so interviews bi ni ade ma na odo abeto dwakwa ne se Ghana ni person ni yenum black sheriff killer blacko kwaku frempon de asembeba o chema se na ni energy ni sal o fele na kasantisi wona ne kasa samante go nti amanfo se bibia source ya na ebehwe se ebenya Joe Boy and black sheriff collabo ana ye Nigeria ni ntuni Joe Boy asemi actor Jim Icon no ni nya che Ghana ni bibio premier wo Ghana ha sei na you know call interview bi na wa wo kai sa Shatawale akaso o se Jim Ike an semi de betu nyangoza na wo Shatawale wo hefa na o se Jim Ike and ko fi bre che wa but Shatawale so ye fresh boy ana on me nya ade na ye bisa ni se na Jim Ike what say Shatawale so o se wa na Jim so Shatawale de o ti show business onu akaso oni so on say but who Shatawale de obeba na obeka bibi na say we provoking ko fana ko ka say ene de oni mi yankasa nti adwuma na na oye woni mbe ya adwen ye fi ahya sen ka ochema oni Shatawale omno mu control ye showbiz industry cause bia ye beda afori bia amafo wo bibika wo ka bibi so say na amafo besom na wa ka na ye bloggers esomo na nkofo comment ni nyina na wo de trend nti Shatawale de nsem de bebre amafo say na nkomo no ko na wotwe wo entertainment industry no seja ma se da ahye na medi na ba besom abosum from October but ye de ni diachi se na beko bia da se na amabroni nkomo na beko so bia me da besom ti abrantepa unu abedwafo mu nsom na mu nto asoman.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits we call it in Komo. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. Omefa Vida and Shase na
a few points. I mean, me fa kumi guitar or say ne Dutch no. I be a woman who kakra bono because ejuma or you know who said that she be one share their whole share brain. I mean Odika because we've seen a lot of artists omunia omumpeni yomo yare ball na fe sikasem no akwakoye basa and it boils down to royalties ni enyomo mfu so mbetimi aya omuntimi enye because aban no emwa na system no and support it. But I've said it time and time again, say we a musician I was so bomodiana ope o craft bia ade foforo bia obeya obedidi ho aside o craft no. Maka said they should look for a second viable job. I have a 13-pointer point like analysis I made on how artists debate me didi omo craft. As we go along, and I'll see say if I have it and then I'll pull it out. Now my spelling it out one by one. But a few ones I made to me I cannot is you need to get a second viable job out there. So maybe there was a ton can what ton account why at least when you're on sa akowano. But then almost so no they should check their lifestyle. I've seen Kumi Guitar grant interviews or kase one ma or duo or kwala ahodo and all those things. I mean when you who say na future and then you'll be able predicting the future. Me sure so kase na nampedu and jiwalaka will end up this way now and come mundi but what they what born yamia born when your insights you know through to the future and say it might be harder. This is the time I was starting or prepare at the tool. Another thing I may feel say man kasa and say enyum to adwuma na ne pillar kese pa ye number 1. I mean aside say na oye ne boss oye ne label boss na almost our friendship bia e ma omumie no mo mukita hudie no cost business wise and friendship wise but otumi wo say ne sibofo atu in the game nipa ananka ojane na so be support no oni hobiem more or less. And looking at men's gold issue and even the label no yentimi hu say betimi gina ne nan so biem as na aha and abofo bi eni ho bofo ba ko bi opie mu so na amane ayeden ato no and it looks as if say onko be didi ne nyom to ho a enye ye bofo so be bo no so ono so atiada na so ono so amane bi amana atiada ntino I feel for him anyway. And I recently for me movements be now almost a high lifers almost to high life me almost back together to push the but I don't know how far they went with that though that I have or no and all those things, you know. If you can tell say the future is a very bad amawa, this is a time that you need to start doing something for yourself.
Shout out to Kumi Guitar. He's speaking his truth. Unfortunately, his truth is a reflection of his label and not the whole country. Whether he's been thinking about quitting music, 98% of Ghanaians are not artists are not happy. It's a reflection of his label. I think he's talking to his label. He's not happy. You get it? Kumi Guitar dropped a song with Shatawale, a very beautiful song. And you man, me feel saying it could have been one of the biggest songs I will come and say if the label had done some things or put some things in place. You understand? It would have worked. I don't subscribe to people saying that if you're an artist, I will say, well, yeah, for kahon and sana. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
A guarantee. And a guarantee that can there. I'll tell you a secret. Kumi Guitar's label, I approached them and I told them, say, there is a music monitoring system that can give them correct database of whatever they are putting into the music. So if Abantepa plays your song today, you can tell from the database that you can do this thing. You can tell the number of people who have played your song, so you can also determine where your market is. Then you can do the promotions there and begin to eat from there. This label told me to send them the analysis, and actually they're supposed to pay for it, 150. I never heard from them till now. I sent them the first document. I started sending Kumi Guitar's own and everything. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The system is not working. The system of royalties and understanding even royalties and all that is not working in Ghana. So it's not as if say they a system in any Juma and 98% of Ghanaians artists are sad. No, I don't think so. You get what I'm trying to say? Oh, because the system is not working. You will do a workshop on royalties, bring the very best resource persons, none of them will show up. None. Zero. You get what I'm trying to say? If you're not collecting money from Grammy, what about the DSPs? Even the DSPs, there are 4 types of royalties that you can make. So if you are plugged in properly, you can make something of it. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
If we ask them to come together to solve the Grammy issue, they don't want to come together. There's a group called Alliance for Change.
Yeah.
What haven't they done? Bro, what haven't they done? Then no money. Workshops upon workshops, educating the people, trying to mobilize even the frontliners like the Triple S, Shatter, Sack, and Stone, and all these guys to come together and push. It's been a challenge. Recently, you heard Stone was his Papa Nkuma, Honor Papa was Nkuma, and he was talking about how he made 2,000 Ghana cedi kind of thing. After that thing, right? He has gone mute. It's gone back to let me focus on my album. You get what I'm trying to say? So, Ghanaian artists, they should stop using older generations as a yardstick to say because this man died. You don't know his account. And all those using Nana Mpedu as a, what they're talking about, check YouTube. Before Nana passed away, his YouTube and everything was fixed properly.
Yeah.
What am I saying? Ebotela is making about 20 to 50 million euros. What am I saying? What do you get I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They should stop using the older generation as a yardstick. We have an opportunity here to fight the system. The government has given us like the bill, the act now, creative act. Go into it. Look at how we can approach the AG and have a conversation. These alliance guys are doing it all by themselves. All by themselves. If one of the S-Square has even come out to champion for like a month, things will change. Recently, Ejay Abraham was on one platform. He was saying that he was quoted by saying, not quoting him verbatim, but something around the fact that what's happening in Gamro, if it was elsewhere, he should have been fired. It's a video. I can send you the video right now. He should have been fired, which means nobody is pressuring. A pressure group is doing its best to help fix the system. So I bet to differ. Come on, his label is his problem right now because we're dropping new man. I think I number one song in the country. And Kalebo number one song. And I've had a chat with him personally. I know where he's coming from. But this time I think he's talking to his label. Almost fixing your man to help.
Okay. Right. Wanted to come in
last week I think we sat here and spoke about Nana Mpedu. And I said, say not me who ne works be idea put it together like a documentary. After Hano, I've listened to Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Makope Kumante say he had some of them a watchrow books more or DSC baby. And one of the sons no any name baby documents need now he rightly said say oh free more they should contact Nebano Nanka only works now watchrow so it's only fair that I put it out because last week I said I haven't seen any anchor we could put together, get a documentary and even launch it Nanka Nipa Akakoshe because in the style of writing unique. And one thing that we're free to me Musa the question why he had to wait till say obe 3 months or one man a banner instruction and say on for such quality works na Embra. And I can say before he passed, the YouTube was in order. But I rightly heard Socrates say Sabi uko he ifia kwa no timwa and atochi makakra. He felt same company for be to me about together to help. So kumi linking ne issues or what is here to na nampedi no enti me nye sa pepe said they all kano. But na ahon check kakra so according to Socrates them it say all kano. E wo ho no menye say baby na e ho agon amano. Now what he needs to do no and say Inti Namwani Niwa, is it that career about to an end? It's
the label.
The label, no. Those are the critical issues that he needs to ask himself. So, sure, there were people like Arnold, Bulldog, Omoko, Juan. Now,
what happened to him?
I mean, you don't have to tie your talent to one particular label as a Niwa. So he must watch it. He needs advice. There are stakeholders in the game. Tell Xylophone that I'm parting my contractor, so I'm parting ways with you. I'm going to chart another path will be to success. And then I'm sure if you hit they can work with you because ufri omonchain with like cordially. So he needs to sit with people and onji advice on how to proceed because he's talented.
Right, Kumi Guitar is really talented. That's Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Whether is a columnist, Nania Redu, aka Nania 18, is with oneplayafrica.com. We'll take a break. When we return, we have a conversation with Rocky Dawuni. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. All right, so welcome. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I told you that we're going to have a conversation with music icon Rocky Dawuni. Yeah. And I'm saying he has released a song. We'll come to that. But Rocky,
yes,
thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
It's really an honor to have you on the show.
It's great to be here on a beautiful day like this in Accra, you know. I'm honored to be in your studios, yes.
You are one of the musicians who have long dreadlocks.
Yes.
I don't know, for how long have you been keeping it?
It's very hard to put a time as to, you know, because I usually never measure, you know, how many years, but it's been a while. It's been a long while, you know. And for me, you know, it's something that is so part of who you are and your identity, you know. So it's not even something that you can separate yourself from, you know. So it's a beautiful thing to have. Yes.
I see. What was your mood when the Achimota school decided not to admit a gentleman who had dreadlocks?
You know, I was very disappointed, you know, and I was also at the same time disappointed and then shocked, because the thing is that you don't, when it comes to education, you know, education is by your ability to make yourself worthy of being included. So there's a certain threshold of qualification. So if you're able to qualify and you have the right credentials, you are accepted. And by no chance should that a person's look or a person's religion or a person's shall I say, where, you know, the social structure in which they belong to become a key factor into deciding whether they become part of, you know, an establishment or not. And then when we come to Achimota School is one of the most amazing schools that this country has ever had in terms of producing leaders, you know. And I feel that every country also aspires to be plural, you know, to be open, especially in the modern world that we are in. You know, we are finding that some of the things that we accept, we have to make adjustments because the rest of the world feels a certain way, so we are trying to engage with a certain world. So you have to sometimes culturally adjust in order to engage a changing world. And to judge on something that is so superficial, you know, and something that has to do with, you know, your hair, which is, you know, an African, you know, hairdo. It's not like they put something that changed their hairdo, and to adamantly use that as a means for a school like this to showcase their intolerance, I felt was unfortunate. But I think that, you know, it also offers the opportunity for us to grow. So maybe, you know, the school being confronted with that shows that the school itself need to now come to terms with the variety of people around the world who are all qualified, have the qualification to be part of the school, and the school needs to readjust their ability to be able to embrace such a broad-based, you know, scope of people. You know, so I think that, you know, it was unfortunate, but it gave us opportunity to also discuss it on a national level, and hopefully it will make us push forward in terms of our acceptance.
Right, so that's Rocky Dawuni, music icon. A reminder that the show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get small pizza, fries, chicken, cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133 397 to place your order. Cheesy pizza, your way. Now, Odowara, Odowara. I don't have the best of voice, but I have Odowara, Mihuanajia, Messi.
Yes.
That's when I heard the song, the first thing that came to mind is the palm wine music, the high life.
Yes.
This is authentic Ghanaian music.
Yes.
We know that you do. I mean, yes, you have a couple of high life songs.
A whole lot, actually. It's not a couple.
Yes. There's this one, I'm forgetting the title. You want some more?
Oh, yeah. Africa for Land.
Yes.
Africa for Land.
That's one of my favorite songs.
Yes.
Why did you decide to do Wara?
Well, I've always, I grew up in high life. That's what everybody has to know is that, being Ghanaian, high life is synonymous with growing up here. It's the music that has always been part of us. Nanam Pedus and, all the classic, high life musicians. That was the music I was listening to when I was growing up. So although my path took me in terms of embracing a broader global style like reggae music and also other influences that I acquired, the high life music was still a central part of my music, my musical abilities, So, and the people who followed my records to have seen like glimpses of it, and even the record that I did when I did Book of Changes really encompassed a total departure from reggae music where I embraced, Afrobeat, different styles. So with that kind of adventurism in sound, palm wine high life was a matter of time, and I've been a fan of, all the, the originators, the original players, and have listened to, their music, and I follow. So, when I was doing this record too, I wanted to go deep into the culture and really try to show the foundations of the music that is forms the structure of the current popular styles that we are exposing to the rest of the world. So I wanted to go to the fundamentals, and Wara was one of the products of that whole step back.
It's really a nice song, and the video is very nice, classic.
Thank you.
Who shot it?
Slingshot.
Okay.
Slingshot HD. I've collaborated with Slingshot and a whole lot of projects. He was somebody that I really admired. His vision, and also being a Ghanaian director. I had worked with a lot of directors outside in the U.S. and all around. But I also wanted to find a Ghanaian director that I felt had the right eyes and vision. And so we collaborated on a whole lot of other videos, and then we had people like Kerry Sullivan, Elombini, who were also part of the production aspect of the video. It was a very Ghanaian affair because it reflects. It's a song about Ghana, so it has to be, the authenticity has to be a hallmark of it. And I think that the video did it justice in terms of a love song too, that was steeped in the classic style and at the same time reinterpreting it for the modern times. So it was great.
Are we expecting it to be on an album? Or it's just a single for us to enjoy?
No, it's part of an EP called Voice of Boom Boom Volume 1. So it was a collection of songs that I did, and in between albums I wanted to put out an EP too. And so the EP had, it has like a whole lot of songs. So a lot of people who are, so it's called Voice of Boom Boom Volume 1. You can find it on all the streaming platforms. Wara is the latest single from it, but we put out other videos like Ghost Town, which was, and then also there's another video too that we shot in the north called Beautiful People, and I shot it in my traditional village. So it was also trying to make sure that the visuals also represented where I was from, showed the traditional way of living, the hearts, the happiness, something that we all grew up from. But in our quest to, become a concept of modernization, we kind of sometimes relinquish the traditional ways. And I feel that the traditional ways contain so much knowledge and beauty and identity that we need all of that to be part of our way forward. So the album was, in a way, a Sankofa thing, taking culture, refashioning culture, keeping the authenticity of the African aspect in it, but at the same time presenting it in a contemporary way to show the path to the future.
Right, so let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll delve into so many issues. We want to look at how Rocky Dawuni has been able to remain relevant. In fact, he released his first album 25 years ago, yes, and still, so power pa, Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be back shortly.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantepa, and I'm hosting the legendary Rocky Dawuni. It's a music icon. In fact, reggae and high life OTM. But even apart from that, we know that Rocky Dawuni is the first Ghanaian to have been nominated for the Grammys. What would you say made it for you to gain the nomination?
I think that, you know, in terms of me, what happened was that, you know, I focused on just increasing my profile in terms of musically, trying to do albums too that I felt were was not following the crowd, albums that I felt could position me in a way that you have an identity and also be noticed, you know. So I was always very interested in pushing the boundaries of the music. And by pushing the boundaries, for me, it was easier because I had my cultural identity of being from here, you know, knowledge of high life music, knowledge of Afrobeats, knowledge of traditional music. So this was all styles that I was fusing into my music. So when I recorded Branches of the Same Tree, Branches of the Same Tree was an album that was a fully realized vision of integrating a lot of global styles and African styles into a contemporary reggae album. You know, so it was a very different sound. You know, so that I believe that that was what set me apart. And also, you know, once the buzz started, when the record came out, the record was a very popular record. You know, African Thriller was a huge video. It launched video. I did, you know, a tour, you know, Europe and the US, you know, to support the record. You know, it really had a lot of buzz around it, you know. And then eventually, I think that is also what shifted the scales to within the academy, because it was unlike any reggae album. So all the rest sounded like, you know, straight out reggae album, but that had a very different flavor to it. So it caught the ears of the voting members, and I think that was what eventually made it possible for the nomination to happen, which I'm glad that at least when it comes to, you know, our country, now we've had opportunity to step into that framework and have our country, you know, show up, you know, in the academy in a big way.
As an artist, what does relevance mean to you?
Relevance means staying true to yourself. You know, relevance means to always build, because the journey as an artist is not always going to be in the same trajectory. You know, you're not going up, 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 and up. You know, you're going up, you're going up, you're dipping, you're going up, and that's like life. Even when you look on the stock market, you know, they say, you know, you look at the stock market, that's how it goes. From the people who are making millions and billions and the ones who are making, it's still the same way, you know. So life is, it ebbs and flows, you know. So I think that you have to embrace the ability to make records that are not necessarily dictated by the market, trying to stay afloat with popular sounds and all that, and also challenge yourself to do things too that you know will shake the tree and also create a certain level of, shall I say, ability to challenge the paradigm and accepted norms. Because when you are able to do that, that's when you become relevant, because you can be grouped with the collective, because you establish your own path and your own unique identity. And I think that's what, for me, relevance means.
All right. How difficult or otherwise has it been for you to remain relevant?
You know, I think that the thing is that when you know, every journey comes with challenges. You know, every journey comes with the trials and tribulations, and every journey comes with, you know, the times when you are stretched to, you know, the limits. The time, you know, the time when you doubt, you know, self-doubt and all of that. They're all part of, you know, the you know, life's journey. And I think that when you're a musician, you deal with that. And even a musician deals with that more, because certain musicians always need they always need a limelight for survival and all of that kind of stuff. And I feel that, you know, when you constantly depend on that, then it becomes, when the limelight is kind of dims, then you feel that you are irrelevant. But when you trust in your craft and you are constantly seeking to do new things, and you're constantly excited about new artists that are coming on the scene, and you are learning from them. You know, I always tell people that I learn from the classic artists and I learn from the new artists, you know. So when I hear like, oh wow, you know, a new sound that is popping up in Ghana, a new sound that's popping up in different places, I just go and take my time to learn of the new artist and become a fan of the new artists, you know. So it's not like, you know, I see myself as more relevant than the fresh new artist who's come out. I just learn, you know. And I feel that when you are learning and you're constantly open to embracing new things, you also become, to some extent, aligned with the changes that are happening within the times. And I think that that's what I do, is that I innovate with the times, and the times innovate with me. And so I stay relevant.
I've heard people say Rocky Dawuni there, outside, the fans do super, but Ghana, the way the reception that we give him compared to how he's received out there, there's a huge gap. Do you see that?
People say that, you know, but I don't really see that, you know. I think that a lot of people, there was always the perception that I lived outside, you know. There's been a lot of support, but people thought that I lived outside. So that whole perception of that is something that, you know, because I spent a lot of time outside and I spent a lot of times indoors. But a lot of times, you know, people will say, oh, Rocky lives in LA, Rocky lives in the US. So you are constantly being grouped into as musician who lived outside. And you know, that perception too, we tend to implement that perception when we're doing things here, you know. Even I remember when I was nominated for the Grammy, some people even started trying to argue about it. And I'm just like, you know what? We don't have to look at the gift horse in the mouth. I'm from here, I was born from here, I grew up from here, I went to school here, I did everything here, you know. So, and I'm Ghanaian, you know. So when we have the opportunity for us to have the first Grammy nomination, we should embrace it as a means for something that is a notch for our collective industry, and I use that as an inspiration to expand our reach, you know, globally, because some of us have to go out there, you know, start from here, go out there, go open doors, break doors, get challenged, and then get certain inspiration, then come back again, come connect with here, and you have to keep going and keep up and down and up and down. Some of us had to do that, and it's a lot of sacrifice to do that. You know, you put yourself in that space in order for you to not only elevate your craft, but also elevate the music of your country and of your people. You know, so we have to just see it, you know, that it's not only me working within the world of the diaspora to increase my profile, but I've also constantly kept my presence in Ghana active and being involved with, the music here. And so in doing all of that, I think that I am of both worlds, but at the same time too, I am of everywhere. And I think that there's a lot of love here in the country for me, and I live here now, so a lot of people now are getting used to me being on the ground right now. And I think that there's no bigger love than the love of your people. I get love outside, which is great, but the love from Ghanaians for me is the most important love.
You have been able to be in the industry for more than 25 years. I mean, when you released your first album, that was
The Movement.
Yes, 25 years ago, 1996. Yes,
95. I think
right?
97. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yes. Would you say that the media has been fair to you?
Oh no. I wouldn't say it's about fairness of the media or anything, and I wouldn't actually even put that onto the media. I mean, the media reflects what your works are. So I will say that I have always focused on constantly doing works, releasing albums, focusing on my work as an activist, my work with the UN, my work in terms of supporting communities, working in different sectors, things that nourish my soul. I've always worked, so I think that when you constantly work, the media has something to say about you, and I never impose a kind of timeline onto what I create. Every creation is a fresh new idea that I put out, and I'm constantly touring, I'm constantly excited about the new styles that are coming. I'm constantly, embracing new sounds and integrating the new sounds into, so I think that once you are dynamic and you don't impose a certain, should I say, expiry date on your craft, then you reflect that, so, I don't think that the media has been fair or not fair to me. The media has just been a reflection of what I have constantly been putting out. They have reacted to that. So when somebody say that, oh, okay, the media has been unfair to somebody because they have not, I don't think that that is a relevant perception of my situation. My situation has been that I've always believed in innovation, and I think that that innovation is what has kept me constantly going, and constantly the media being present to express that.
Would you say that we've been able to sell our music enough to the world?
I would say that in terms of we have been able to, I would say that we haven't had the investment, the systems, the institutions, the technical, should I say, opportunities and the trained personnel to carry our music over the years to make us impact in the way that we could have. So all I'm saying is that, we've never had big record labels, here that has been able to be well financed, to be able to nurture talents here, sign talent, and also have a connection to outlets around the world where they could plug an artist right here and be able to. We've never had that. So it's been individual artists who've had to work very hard in terms of being able to breach those gaps. So it's still a progress. I think it's still an exercise in progress in terms of the potential that we have and maximizing that potential. And I think that we need the industry to be much more well organized. We need, the systems of accountability for music that is being played, well set up. We need for, in terms of artist publishing, artists booking, managers, event organizers, sponsors, national policy, recognition by ministries like tourism and culture to also be a part of this. Like all of these are the different players that form the ecosystem of the music. They all need to work together so that when we push forward with all our strengths behind it. I think that once we're able to engineer that in a very good way, I think the potential of how far we can impact has only just been realized, and we can go very, very far.
A lot of the time when this conversation comes up, there is always that Nigeria-Ghana comparison. Yes. Oh, in Nigeria, this thing happens. In Ghana, we don't have it. How do you digest that?
I think that conversation has been so exhausted. It's been exhausted, and I think that we shouldn't compare to. It's like when you're an athlete and you are running a 100-meter race, and you are worried about the other person who's running the other lane. Instead of you focusing on your lane and putting your energy into your strides and focusing. Some of the people who win 100 meters will tell you that they don't even see the other people in the lane. They just see the finish line and they dart and do whatever is possible in their, We can learn a lot from Nigeria, but I think that if we learn, what we learn is for us to focus on our local music and try to make sure that we put our strength and effort to supporting Ghanaian music on air and the radio and all of that, and giving Ghanaian music a very high prominence because that is the music, that's our music. So if we push it, and I'm not saying that we don't need to we need to bring in different styles of music, but since this is Ghana, and the media is served by the elevation of Ghanaian music. And by Ghanaian music, I don't mean that they pick and choose certain artists, over certain artists. If it's good, let's support it all across. And if we do that, then we are able to elevate our own music to have its own identity, to have its own path of success by learning of the strengths of other industries, the Ivorian industry, the Senegalese industry, the other African countries and how they've done it. All of those are case studies for us to learn, but we don't have to be beating our heads on the ground because of, Nigeria has, a bigger population than we do. They have a lot of also certain things that they did that are unique to them, and we have to do things that are unique to Ghana by focusing wholeheartedly on our strengths and potential and opportunity here, and magnifying that in a strong way. I think we will chart. We've already charted great strides in history and all of that, and we can do more. Yes.
You made mention of the fact that we should project our music more.
Yes.
There's a conversation on having a legislation to for radio stations or for media houses to project a certain amount of local songs.
Yes.
I'm hearing 90%, I'm hearing 80%. People have cited South Africa, that it's there and it's helping them and all that. Does it mean you buy into that idea?
You see, the thing is that it would have been great if the media houses, and then the radio stations and all the programmers took that as something that they did, So I think that, I'm not a person who believes in people being forced to do certain things. I believe that when a decision comes from the passion and the belief in the philosophy and the ideology of a concept, it makes people do that even with a lot of passion and energy. You know, so I am usually split in between, you know, putting legislation, but you know, we live in a system whereby, to some extent, we need a certain guideline, you know, guideline for, and a certain baseline that we can create and see that this is what is required so that we can protect and support the music that is out of us. As for the percentage, it's not in my, I can't say that percentage, but I think that we could be smart too in creating that sort of policy to put a certain percentage, but at the same time to say that we are trying to get to a certain percentage, but we will implement a certain percentage which is a little bit below that, but we encourage everybody to go to that higher percentage because we don't want to put force, you know, in terms of forcing people to be part of something that we feel that will support all of us. And another thing to focus on that too is that, you know, if we create a scene, music is the source of tourism. Music is the source of expressing our culture. If we have a live, thriving scene here, it supports the businesses here. Hotels, you know, hotels can and businesses cannot function without real music. You go to all the major capitals of the world that are thriving, there's a vibrant music scene. And those music scene too, when you go there, artists are able to play, they make a living. People, those establishments too, are able to do good business, to support, give jobs and all of that. So supporting a local scene has like great impact economically. And then also the artists that are from here too are the ambassadors too of our culture, our lifestyle, who we are and our identity. Because when I play in different countries, when I tweet to my followers who are probably in America, or we send like a press release that goes to a lot of outlets that I'm connected to, you know, valuable outlets, you know, they get to hear about my country. A lot of them, not only the interest in me is not only limited to me. They want to know where I come from, where I'm from. Why is this country so important to this person? Then they will research, and then some of them eventually come and visit. There's probably millions and millions of people who, through impact, through concerts, through places, that have probably had the inception of experiencing Ghanaian culture, started probably from hearing a song or seeing you on stage or seeing something that you did. And this is to talk about other Ghanaian musicians who are also in that space. So the value added of what music is doing for this cannot be even quantified. It's in the millions and millions of dollars if you want to quantify it, because its impact is not something that is measurable. Because it's something that people feel, and something that spurs, and it's an inception that spurs people to come and experience your culture. So if we start seeing all of that, then we start seeing how we all have a role, because the media becomes stronger if you are supporting a scene that all of a sudden the scene is bubbling. The media is able to also make good margins and profitability because you have a thriving musical, cultural, entertainment environment. So we all are stakeholders in the success of this, creating this ecosystem.
Maybe finally, before we go, I mean, after producing songs, remaining relevant, getting all the, enjoying all the hype it comes with, you need to pay bills.
Yes.
There have been issues about royalties.
Yes.
Musicians are not getting their royalties. Those who are getting royalties, they mention the figure, and you see that it's nothing to write home about. Some have actually said it's an insult to receive such an amount of money. Do you get royalties from GHAMRO?
You know, when if I answer that question, it's going to be a headline that it's not going to feed what needs to be done right.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of issues with the system. There's a lot of issues with the system. In terms of being able to log airplay, you know, we don't have a very robust system where we can be able to monitor stuff that music that is being consumed. Let's say even in the bars and that kind of stuff, music that's being played, music that is being played on air, all of those things, you know. So the collection systems is in itself, you know, very deficient. Secondly, we don't have a database that connects all of this, and a transparent system that allows all the stakeholders to see what is coming in, whether if anything at all, you know, and how much it is, it is, and who it is for, and you know, so we don't have that. So everything is being done arbitrarily, in my opinion, unless somebody proves me, you know. So I have seen the mudslinging on both sides, you know, and for me, you know, sometimes I think that we spend too much time fighting over an issue rather than trying to sit together and find the fixes for it. And I think the fixes have to be done by upgrading our system. The systems need to be outmoded. Systems need to be upgraded. There needs to be transparency in the organizations that are representing artists, because it looks like there's a cloud of them, you know, because everybody's shocked at how certain figures are coming, you know, so they need to be able to have a certain, you know, be public with how the tabulations are done, and be public with, you know, the, you know, even how they are able to even get, if even any at all, any money is being paid to them, or however that money is, and how they are able to, because if you're not able to document all of those things, it's very hard for you to know that, okay, this artist, you know, had this amount of play everywhere. They had their records, and then they come and then somebody gives them certain thing that is not reflective of that. Obviously, they're not going to be happy about it. And then you have the organizations that will say, oh, you know, so without knowing exactly what is going on, I think there needs to be a national conference of all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders.
On the way forward.
Yeah, there need to be a national conference, all the stakeholders, you know, with people with new ideas. Because there's people with very, very, very great ideas who are also trying to contribute. But the problem here is that sometimes it becomes a battle of personalities, a battle of ego, a battle of individuals, because things spill from being about fixing a system into people attacking the personalities of, you know, people branding other people as this type of person, that type of person, and all of that, you know. So I think that in the long run, we just need a system that works, that will make all of the artists and stakeholders happy. And I feel that through a national conference of the arts of Ghana, by having all the stakeholders come and make a presentation of how they arrive at their numbers and tabulations, and give a certain level of accountability that reflects what is going on, and then the new ideas too that are on the table, and then also we all become also, you know, be able to see the new ideas too that are around that can help those, and the personalities too who have those new ideas, and how they can all be able to help so that we evolve new systems, because the current systems are not working and are not making anybody happy.
Nice one. That's Rocky Dawuni, music icon, reggae high life, and of course the first Ghanaian to have had the Grammy nomination. You mentioned your EP. The EP is coming out.
Voice of Boombo.
What's the meaning? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
You know, so because it's something that, you know, the philosophy is to let everybody know that we all have origins, and where you are from, be happy. Celebrate your Africanness, celebrate your identity, celebrate your village, celebrate your people, celebrate your language, your food, your culture. you know, because that's our identity. So I did that by using the title of my village where I come from.
Okay.
You know, as, you know, something to express my individuality at the same time too, as a means to challenge my audiences for everybody to, you know, go to your grandmother in the village, you know, go and connect and eat the village food, go to the farms.
How often do you go to your hometown?
All the time.
All the time?
Yeah, all the time.
I see.
And, you know, I have my own farm and stuff and all of that, you know, I'm into farming and agriculture and all of that stuff. So I feel that, you know, we all need to embrace all of that because the youth of this country are the future of this country. And the youth need to be equip themselves with the ability to initiate their own livelihoods. And by livelihoods, I mean that we have to be able to take the land and be able to transform the land into wealth for ourselves. And I think that that mindset is something that really we need because people are talking about jobs. Meanwhile, we are a country with a lot of land that is laying. We just need the brains and the mindset to be able to transform the people who are going to transform that into our national development. Every country has the basis of agriculture as the means. People, the millionaires of those countries, in all of this are all farmers and agriculture. So we need to redefine what being a farmer means. You can still be young and hip and cool and still have farms and be in agriculture.
Right. So the EP is coming out on which day?
No, the EP is out.
It's out already?
The EP is out.
Okay.
Yeah, the EP is out.
Okay.
And then Wara is the new video that we just launched.
Released.
Yeah, from the
Okay.
EP. Yes.
Wara me de pa. Wara me de pa. Odo wara o. Odo wara o. Sing with me. Odo wara o. Me guana jia. Me si de mada.
Ensio neritoi. Ritu mekana mabo. Odo me huwa. We diana juwe. Me si de mada. And from an eri boy. Chimerika me huna mabo. Odo me huwa we diana juwe me si demada enuntiwara oh yeah, you know. So it's about love, the simplest thing that brings us all together. And exactly. And needing each other.
That's Rocky Dawuni, music icon. It's been a very insightful interview. I'm sure we've learned a lot. It's not easy to have Rocky Dawuni on your show, and he's very deep. First Ghanaian to have been nominated for the Grammys. A reminder that the show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from Jesus smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-1333-97 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. We are taking a break. When we return, we do the final lap of the show. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, the final lap. My name is Abrantepa. I have with me here Brother Yauda. I hope I got it right.
Yes.
Brother Yauda.
Exactly.
I see. So you're a music group.
Right.
What's Brother Yauda? I didn't even know. What's the name about? How did you come by the name?
It's Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
Ebenada Yawada.
Yeah.
Simply the days we were born.
So who was born on Ebenada? Who was born on Yawada?
I was born on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
And Thursday.
And Thursday.
So Brother
Yauda.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's creative. I mean, I like the name. How did you meet?
So I mean, we are people who grew up from the same hood. Like I mean, went to the same school. Like everything we did from childhood to today, it's been like that now. Like when my mom is looking for me, in Yauda's house, when
Okay.
Yauda's mom is looking for him in my house. So we are like people who did basically everything together. They wanted to separate us, but nah.
You're inseparable. I see. So, Yao, right?
Yeah.
In the group, you are called Yao.
Yes.
Is that the name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yauda.
And then
Yauda.
Yauda.
Right.
And you are
Brother.
Yauda, brother.
Right.
Okay. So, how long have you been together as a group?
I would say we started 2012,
Mhm.
but we decided to go pro. That's around 2018. Yeah.
Okay.
Till now.
All right.
So basically, it's, let's say.
Right.
2012, 2021 there. That's
2021 is 9 years.
9 years.
Right.
I see. And you have just released a song. What's the title?
So we have this new song, which is just a week and a half old. You know, so tomorrow is going to be 2 weeks.
Okay.
So the title is Godo Godo. Godo Godo.
So, Brother Yauda and Godo Godo.
Yes. So the word is Godo Godo, G-O-D-O, G-O-D-O, Godo Godo. Godo Godo simply means by all means.
What language is that?
It's an Ewe language.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I think a lot of people say Godo Godo, like, Charlie, the thing we do there, Godo Godo, it means it's going to happen.
Oh,
by
really?
all means, yeah, definitely.
Give me a performance of the song. Sing some things we'll make out here.
So we dey hustle every day. One day he go rain. We go scatter everywhere someday. We no go work in vain. Never, never, never. Oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh. We go win. Oh, godo, 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 la 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 la. Godo, 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 la 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 la. Godo, 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 la 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 la. Godo, 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 la 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 la. And we go see that dollar face, we go count dollar giant. Enemies go shame, we go build them machine. Fly mama to California, papa to Korea. Ah oh, ah oh, ah oh.
Interesting. Godo Godo.
Right.
I see. So are you doing everything all by yourself, or you are under a management team?
So we
a record label, if I should put it that way, yeah.
So we're currently surrounded with people who believe in us.
Okay.
So we have this umbrella called Blemakadi Music. Why Blemakadi? Blemakadi because we come from backgrounds where our parents, our great-grandparents were musicians. Their grandparents composed songs for choirs. My grandparents were pioneers of the Bobobo sound. I'm sure you've heard about it. So we believe it's a generational thing. We believe we are under that umbrella. Blemakadi simply means ancient light. So the light of the past is shining on us. So that is the meaning of Blemakadi. So Blemakadi music. So that's the umbrella we find ourselves in, and it's surrounded with people who believe in what we are doing right now, believing that these guys are great guys, we should push. So that's basically, so everything is on us.
I see. Right. So that's Brother Yauda. They are out with a new song, Godo Godo.
Right.
Go check it out. You just heard our interview with them. Before this, Nana Yauridu with OnePlayAfrica.com and Vida Duchuma Boatin were on the show to help me dissect the tidbits segment that was presented by Amma Bruni. We also had Rocky Dawuni, who is a music icon, the first Ghanaian to have been nominated for the Grammy Awards, also graced the show. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. We'll be back some other time with yet another riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Ment-Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and fears. My name is Ismail Akwe. Today we are going to discuss the media in Ghana and journalism. Journalism in Ghana has become more pluralistic than in the past, and thanks to digital media and social media, now the traditional media is following social media and digital media to get the news. How did we get here? And what has been the story in the past? Our guest today is a seasoned journalist and he's also a politician, and he's going to take us through this journey and evolution of the media in the country. We'll be right back on the Lowdown. Welcome back. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is a former High Commissioner of Ghana to Namibia and Botswana. He is a former publisher of the Accra Daily Mail, the former editor of the Statesman newspaper, a prison graduate, I don't know if he calls himself that, a former civil servant, and a writer. He is Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. He has MOV, and he'll tell us what the MOV means. Welcome, Alhaji.
Thank you very much, Ismail. You corrected me this morning. I was saying Ishmael. I think the Muslims, that's how we pronounce it. Oh, it's Sumaila. Well, whatever.
So the Arabic is Ismail, and then the house has corrupted it to Sumaila. Yes.
So anyway, thank you. Well, nice having me on this program, and I'm very impressed that it's an all-female crew. You hardly find them in this town. So, well, GhanaWeb, kudos. And as you see, more grace to your elbows.
Thank you very much.
Computers. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And your name has MOV.
Yeah.
What's the MOV?
It's a national honor, one of the highest national honors, the member of the Order of the Volta.
Okay.
It's some people get the Grand Medal, and then the Order of the Volta, I think, has 3 components. Some are Commander of the Order of the Volta, some are something or the other. It goes all the way to the top where heads of state get the star of the Star of Ghana or something. So that was given to me in 20-something, I can't even remember, for contribution to media development in Ghana.
I see you are very proud of it, because
Absolutely.
I've never seen anyone using it as part of their name. You are the only one who does it.
Yeah, but
currently.
they should. It's because of ignorance, I'm afraid to say. In the UK, when you are a something, you use it. It's a sign of pride in having it and a sign of pride in your own country. So member of the Order of the Volta shows my pride in my country. And I think all those recipients, when you get it, just add it to your name. It doesn't take anything. And then when you are going to formal or some informal occasions, you wear, whether it's a pennant or the, what do they call it, the sash. or what you put in your pocket here. So it's just part of pride in belonging. So I would advise my recipients, and that's all over the world, all over the country. Some are farmers, some are engineers, some are soldiers, some are whatever, so many. So they should use it. There's nothing to be shy about. So that's why I use it all the time.
Well, that's quite inspiring, and I'm sure they would also follow your footsteps.
And I'm sure by the time you get to my age, with this kind of work you are doing, you also get an
Inshallah, so we pray for it.
Exactly.
I'm proud about it.
Yes, or the grand medal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have so many titles. You used to be an editor, you used to be a civil servant, you used to be an ambassador, which was most recent.
Yeah.
Which one do you cherish the most?
Funny, the ambassadorial job. It's a very, very trying job, because when you take that appointment, it's not to go and be drinking champagne or just going to parties. Yes, there are diplomatic receptions, but it actually means working for the advancement of your country. It brings in all the things you've learned through your life. I went in not as a trained diplomat, but what they call the political appointees. For the first few months, I had to learn, and I learned on the job. And by the time I was leaving, I think I had done so much work for Ghana. I'm proud to say that something we call the PJCC, the Joint Commission, Permanent Joint Commission of Cooperation between Ghana and Namibia, for example, had been in abeyance for about 12 years. When I went within the first year, I was able to get it going. And the PJCC is the platform on which nations discuss matters of interest, set up the policies they want to follow, the areas of cooperation. So it's a lot of work. And then you have to do with the personal relationships with your hosts, and also with your staff, with your Ghanaian staff. So it's a lot of work. I found it more exciting out of all my my experiences. Maybe the next I can say of my life is my time as a student, secondary student. Those were great days. I don't think anybody who's attended secondary school will not mark his or her secondary school days as one of the most exciting in their lives.
Which school did you attend?
Navasco, the great Navasco. Oh, I should have worn my Navasco anniversary
you're either wearing KNUST.
Yeah, t-shirt. Our anniversary is this year.
So, did you start writing in Navasco?
Yes and no. Not formally, but a little article here, a little article there. We had some small magazine, and it got us into trouble even once, and I was suspended from school for 1 year. I never had my lower sixth education, and some were expelled because the authorities thought the magazine was rather a little too risque, and in those days there were certain things they just couldn't tolerate, especially if it had sexual content. So the authorities came on us very, very hard. I had a year's suspension.
Wow.
And,
so writing has put you in trouble so many times.
So many times.
And I introduced you as a prison graduate, and it has to do with writing as well.
With writing.
Yes, so that's one of the riskiest roles you've ever played?
Yes, yes, yes. But prison too, it's a subculture. When you go independent on the crime that sent you there, the prisoners can rally around you and give you such moral support. I got it when I was first at Nsawam, and later I was transferred to Akuse local prison. I remember once I fell really ill with malaria, and all the prisoners in my cell rallied, boiled hot water, helped me massage myself. I don't know where they got the money from, but they bought a robe and came and rubbed my, rubbed rather my body. So I saw compassion in prison, something you don't associate prisoners with. But then I also saw deprivation. Our society doesn't treat prisoners well at all. You go in a Ghanaian prison and you are like an animal, you are forgotten, unless you have people who come in and visit you and see you. The food is horrible. There's something they call zontoli and manpower. Terrible. So that experience is also there for me.
Yeah. You've spoken widely about the prison experience.
Yeah.
Today we are going to talk about the journalism experience.
Fantastic.
And what took you to prison was contempt of court charge.
Yes. Yes.
And I want to know if you had written or you had done that article today, do you think you would have gone to prison?
No, we've come so far. Contempt these days would not send you to jail, really. And in those days, even the contempt that sent me to jail was because the lady that sent me to court was my sister-in-law, Mrs. Rawlings. The lower court had freed us. I went in with Mr. Baku, Kweku Baku, and the lower court had, well, the judge had done a very balanced ruling. She cited that for contempt, and we wanted her, injunction also vacated. So the judge refused to vacate the injunction, and then he also refused to send us in. Then she went and petitioned the Court of Appeal. So the case actually was decided by the Court of Appeal, not the High Court that was supposed to handle it. So the three judges on the panel, one of them disagreed with his two elderly colleagues, and so they sent us in. They have since died, sadly, but well, that's the way of life. They are bitter, they are gone.
So currently, we don't have a lot of journalists facing any of these things you are talking about. The system has changed. Yeah. Writing has changed. Yeah. The media is pluralized. And we have a lot of media houses, from the print to broadcast to the digital media, and all of them, so many of them. Collectively, there will be more than 100. And you are also, or still, writing to feed into these media houses that we have. How do you see the media right now as compared to the media in the past? Is it a positive growth, or is boring, as some people say? Because others say, well, we miss the media of the past. In the past, it was so rough and it was so hard and difficult to cut through, and we don't have so many people in there, a few people who are very factual and very ethical than now. How do you see it?
It's very interesting. When I was coming, I pulled out something online. When you gave me the invitation, I decided to do a little research. You don't appear on programs like yours not prepared. So I want to just read you something. I have a reason for doing it. It's just a small paragraph. It says, the Gold Coast Gazette and Commercial Intelligencer was published from 1822 to 25 by Sir Charles McCarthy, governor of the Gold Coast settlements. As a semi-official organ of the colonial government, the central goal of this Cape Coast newspaper was to provide information to European merchants and civil servants in the colony. Recognizing the growing number of mission-educated Africans in the Gold Coast, the paper also aimed at promoting literacy, encouraging rural development, and listen to this, and quelling the political aspirations of this class of native elites by securing their loyalty and conformity with the colonial system. So you would ask, so what has changed from 1822-25?
That was a clear agenda.
That was a clear agenda. That was a clear agenda. So newspapers and the media are normally established with agenda. I do not believe that you just set up a newspaper for the bloody-mindedness of it. You want to push a certain line, political, economic, religious, and so on. So we've come a very, very, very long way to the days when the Daily Graphic then grew out of the Sunday Mirror, then the Ghanaian Times, then GBC grew out of Station Zoe, came to the Ghana Film Industries Corporation. I'm sure you've forgotten about it, but it was the leading post-independence sort of media producing house. It's now become TV3. It was set up by the British in 1948 as the Gold Coast Film Unit. And our greatest president, of course, Kwame Nkrumah, thought far and invested in it and developed it into a full-fledged film industry. In those days, we didn't have the electronic media. So the film industry produced newsprints, documentaries, and other social animation material for the country. So if you remember films like Mr. Mensah Builds a House, The Boy Komasenu, etc., they were the feature side of things. So the Ghana Film Industry Corporation was such a major partner of GBC. GBC, that grew out of this station, Zoe, I was telling you about. So GBC and Ghana Films, between them, were producing all the material that we needed. And in those days, too, we had the Information Services Department, let's not forget. So they were like the implementing agency of all these things. So they had a fleet of vans. They went around the country, and those were great days for us when we were children. When the film van is coming to a village or a town, oh, it was a source of joy. Then we would rush, and then they would show films, mainly government policies and so on and so forth. And then it grew and grew and grew, and then came to, like I'm saying, Graphic and Times. They then took the mantle. The Ghanaian Times, that one came from the Guinea Press, the Guinea Press. Kwame Nkrumah again took it up for the party, and then after the 66 coup, the NLC transformed it into a state-owned media for the country. The National Graphic, you know. So within that time, many things grew up. It was in 1957 that we had the Ghana News Agency, the GNA, and then also we had the development of the film education institutions like the GIJ, and so on. And now they've all grown up, and there are many. My good friend, Professor Kojo Yanka, his school of great school, great school. So all these things are there. So we've come a long way. That's why I'm giving just a short history. And so within the period too, I became a board member first of Ghana News Agency. That was during, Ghana News Agency. And then later I also became a board member of the Ghanaian Times. So I seem to have done quite a lot of media work in my life. All very exciting. And then we've come to these days. These days, you have the advantage of technology. You have the advantage of technology. And those of you who are professional, like your good self and GhanaWeb, I was telling you earlier on, we all used to depend on GhanaWeb years ago when it started. That was when everybody was sending messages to Akoto, and so on. But now I see you've grown, you are adding so many things to your stables. So it's now different. So I can say that out of this history and this mix of media, the country has benefited. I think it would be wrong and churlish to say that the country hasn't benefited from our media. Through people like you, the younger media people, we are getting a lot of information. And I disagree. I think you are as racy, if not racier, than we were. Yeah, because the technology allows you to dig deeper and move wider afield than we were doing. We were handicapped. Because I can tell you something. When we started our media after the 1992 Constitution, which opened things up, and everybody was establishing a newspaper radio stations and whatever. We didn't even have the proper working tools. To do a newspaper, we still did the cut and paste. We will cut, paste here, and so on. But now everything technology, unless you don't have the money to do it, but the means to do it is there. Yeah. So it's given us a lot of variety in the media, and that's why a plural media is there. We shouldn't fight a plural media. I disagree with the people who say you should conform with each other. No. You be as different as possible. Be as different and as innovative as possible. The country would only benefit, excuse me, from that. Our period, let me tell you this little history. My good friend Cabral, Ambassador Cabral, he was the one, I think, who went online first with the Independent. So it was a cause for him to bluff with his pioneering role in getting online.
So the first newspaper to go online.
To go online.
Yes.
So and that time it was Africa Online. Yeah. All of us later became Africa Online, Online. That was even the email address of my newspaper until we moved on. And I also, in my own little way, it may or not mean anything, either the first or part of the first to introduce the use of digital cameras to do my pictures and do my pages. So it was then a very small camera like this, and I was carrying it all over the place. I cherished it so much I wasn't even giving it to my reporters. I wanted to do my own pictures. So I remember the late Jacob Echebel once told me that, he says to me, Abdul Rabat, you are too old to be doing this. let your reporters do it. But then that's how the status was in those days. Technology was almost nil, and then of course it started building up. Then other servers, media, whatever started building, and then just opened up.
Okay, thank you very much for the history, and I was quiet because I wanted you to take us deeper and give us more. So we'll go on a break. Okay. When we come back, we look at segmenting the media in terms of looking at the past and now. Yeah. We look at the agenda, how the agenda setting was done. Also, we look at the quality of content. Okay. And then we also look at social media and also digital media in total. This is a lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing the state of journalism in Ghana and how far we've come with Alhaji Abdurrahman Haruna Atta. So you are telling us about some history from post-independence, pre-independence era to post-independence. Now we want to look at the agenda-setting role of the media. How was it before? And how is it now? I know in your period, the media wanted to have some sort of democracy. And you had publications by your newspaper, The Statesman, by Kweku Baku's newspaper, I think the Guide, and so many other newspapers that were setting an agenda to have freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and democracy in total. How was it like before?
Before, it was fairly stiff. It was dominated by the state-owned media. When you are talking of the print media, Graphic and Times, and of course the electronic media were mainly GBC and Ghana Films, like I told you, and of course Ghana News Agency. Yeah, so it was all government controlled. It was muzzled, completely muzzled by the government.
So as private media, how did you survive?
It was very difficult. It was a hand-to-mouth existence. Advertising wasn't coming because business people and other people were afraid to advertise in our newspapers to get penalized. So any day you got just a one-page advert from somewhere, it was a source for jubilation, because then you know a little nokofio will come from that for you to eat. But it was very difficult, and then the media atmosphere was unfriendly. You remember once Mr. Baku's newspaper, they even went and bombed it, and so on. So it was very, very difficult and unfriendly. But then we fought on, and later credit must be given to President Kufuor. He was very open to us when he was in opposition, and so we would meet him every now and then, and we kept hammering that what he should do, his living legacy, would be to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code. So it was from us, we put pressure on him, and truly too, when he won the elections and became president, that was one of his first legislative actions, to abolish the criminal libel section of the criminal code.
Could we say the media played a role? I mean, then it wasn't opposition media. Did you play a role in Kufuor's election?
We did very much so. At that time, the interesting thing was that President Rawlings had stayed for a length of time that I think people were tired of him, really, and they wanted a change. We also wanted a change. In fact, I developed a very robust attitude towards him, because I thought he had not only overstayed, but then he had dictatorial and authoritarian tendencies. And that was the basis of my media fight with him, nothing else, after all. Why should I fight him? He was my wife's sister's husband, so really we should be on good terms. Maybe even if I had behaved myself, I probably would have had some droppings from the government of the day, but anyway, that's a joke. Yeah, so I was very robust in my columns in those days. It was called Taking Issue. And I took issue with him because I thought his style of governance was not exactly what the Constitution was about, because we all struggled to get this Constitution through, but he still retained vestiges of, say, when he says something, it shouldn't be opposed. So I did it. Kweku Baku, my good friend Ibn Kwaku of the Free Press, and so many other names were involved in this ambition to get the media landscape at least cauterized of the kind of tendencies that was keeping us down. So in those early days, after the 1992 Constitution, we were like little kids in a candy store. We were all over the place, stealing from here, putting this in our mouth. So we were a little unruly. That's what we were. We were a little unruly. We didn't cross-check our stories. We didn't ask for a second opinion or give the other person the chance, because we had an agenda. Back to the word, your word. Because the agenda was to get rid of Rawlings. So we worked hard, and luckily we had a listening ear from the candidate before then. And then when he became president, he was very open to us. And so that quietude started coming. The media scene started becoming quite very open and very relaxed on us, though we were unruly and robust up to this day. Why I'm saying that you people are no worse than us is that you are doing precisely the same thing we were doing. I don't think you should underrate your efforts. The problem is that, you mentioned it, the development of the citizen journalism thing has meant that anybody now can call themselves a journalist, really. In the US, for example, when they ask you your job, your journalist, they don't ask you where you went and trained. For them, once you are a journalist and you are given voice to the freedom of expression, that's your job. Nobody's really interested in whether you have a certificate or not. An employer may, because they will be looking for qualified people. So for them, trained journalists would be what they will go out for. But there are some people who don't care. Once you can write and once you can dig things out and go out there, fine. So in the US right now, we have Fox.
Yes.
CNN. People say Fox is right-wing supporters of Trump, and then CNN, left-wing. The New York Times is considered the main left-wing newspaper in the US, and so on and so forth. So we have those divisions. The divisions become vile and unpalatable when we now start pushing violent or uncompromising political or politicians' viewpoints. So then the problems start coming. But the plurality or pluralism itself does not pose problems.
So those days as editor of The Statesman, what was a typical morning like? Was it calling people to ask what has Rawlings done wrong, so we publish? How do you get your stories?
We got our stories, or some got their stories mainly from newspaper vendors, sadly to say. There was no serious editorializing going on. The newspaper vendors would determine that your headlines would sell or not. And they would let you know. Me, they used to tell me when I formed the Accra Mail, and I decided to move away from this kind of journalism, and that's why I named the paper the Accra Mail. I wanted the city to have its own newspaper that can report on many different things around the city and bring people's awareness to the problems of the city, the aspirations of the city. And I almost went under within the first month because the vendors had ganged up against it. They said it wasn't hot enough. So I saw one of my leading vendors and I asked him, I said, oh, pepper no anyeshi. And I said, oh, but pepper, they don't have to be she. So they won't sell it. When they take the newspapers in the morning, those that they consider anyeshi, they put them in their armpits like this, and then they hold the headlines of the shoe ones. Yeah. So that was the determinant factor for casting headlines, front pages, what the vendors would say. So for me as an editor, first at The Statesman, the work was very easy for me because it was political. So you could just pick any political something and just splash on the front page. But like I'm saying, when I started doing my own newspaper, which I invested in myself, and I wanted to change the paradigm, I was a lot more careful because now you are dealing with things that needed facts and not just the sentiments and emotions of your political leaning. So that was a typical day for me, really. Then, like I said, we didn't have proper production methods. So now you put things together. Now the cut and pasting will start and so on, and then you finish, and then you are carrying the, what we call them, there was a name we had for them, there's a name anyway, I forget them. Then you carry them physically to the press, or the press people will come to your house, their house, and pick those cut and paste things with separate photographs. So they will go and make films of the photographs, and then they have the text. They had a way of matching these things, and then they will print. And If you are lucky, they get it right and it comes out the next day.
So quality was a problem then?
It was a problem. Quality was a problem. Oh, there was a time when you would even print, because you couldn't afford the good printers. So you'd go to some wayside printer who couldn't give you quality, because that's what you could afford. And there are times when they print pages, certain pages you couldn't even read what was printed. The quality was just zero.
It means that besides the agenda setting, there was also the commercial part, which could have attracted some people to go into the media to invest in, independent media, because they wanted to make money.
Yeah, yeah. But the Ghanaian businessmen or the people who had money were not so sure about such investments. Yeah, because the governments they find as prickly. So who wants to put his money into a venture that could easily have problems overnight? So that was a real problem. It was a cottage industry. I don't think we were serious newspapers as such. It was a cottage industry where you go and sit a few of you, editor. In those days too, we didn't have these mobile phones as common as they are today for you to even be looking for stories and so on and so forth. So you were just there in that little office. You shared with others. You did your cut and paste. And also another technological thing. So when we finish all of that, we then copy whatever it is on CDs and then send the CD to the Africa Online or whoever was putting it online, and you give it to them physically, and then they will sit at their place there and then do it and put it. Now it's different. You can do all of that.
So that was your attempt to go online?
Online.
So you put it on CDs and give to the online managers to put it up?
Put it up, yeah.
That was quite interesting.
It was quite hectic.
Yes. So we've come really far, and now the digital space is wide, is bigger. Social media is there for everybody to be a citizen journalist, as you explained. And citizens are now sending their articles to be published online on the biggest media houses like ours, GhanaWeb. How do you see that from then when it comes to citizen participation in the news making? Do you receive letters to publish in your newspaper, or do you go out there to talk to people to have them or their views published?
Oh, we would receive letters. Our post boxes used to be full of letters and unsolicited for articles. So you didn't even have to go out to seek the content. The box office, PO box would deliver sacks of letters from readers and people who just wanted to publish something. And so we had space for everyone in those days who would contact us. Some people may even just call us and tell us that, oh, they've seen a story in our paper, we should hold a page. They'll do a rejoinder. So in those days, we took the constitutional requirement of rejoinders very seriously. At least I did. When I did something and someone brought a rejoinder, we published it the next day, usually where we printed it. We didn't hide it inside. If it was on the front page, we'll put it on the front page. So that's how we did it. It was never a dull moment, really. Never a dull moment, but you were always on tenterhooks. You were always on tenterhooks. But now things have really changed. The only problem I have right now is that there's no editing going on because of the citizen journalism there. And I think maybe the online editions are overwhelmed, so they don't always read what comes to them. So you go online and you start reading certain errors that you think an editor should correct. I'll give you two examples from me just last week. To rein in, R-E-I-N, they should rein in whatever. I wrote to rein in, R-E-I-G-N, like the reign of a king, as different from reigning in. And my editors here and elsewhere didn't correct me.
The same mistake was everywhere.
Was everywhere. I was so embarrassed. Haruna can't tell the difference between rain and rain. But I had given it. I thought my editors would read through. But then you do well. There's a young man, well, I'm not campaigning for him, Kent Mensah. He does the Mail Online or something. Yeah. Occasionally he will read and then call me and say, oh, editor, is this what you mean? And I said, oh, Kent, God bless you. God bless you, my son. If this had gone out without you reading it, I would have been embarrassed. So that's the only thing I think you should do better, the editing. And then the second thing was that there was a place I should have just used an A to make the sentence meaningful. And for some reason, I missed it. And it's not as if I just write and send it to you people. I have someone I call my peer reviewer. I'll send it to him. Every article I do, I'll send it to my peer reviewer before I post it to you. And he also misses all these things. So it's a difficult thing. And that's why, again, in those good olden days, the office or the job of a proofreader was a very important one in a newsroom. Very, very important for a newsreader. Because you can miss little things that then would render your story, a sentence, meaningless. And then there are sometimes too, after writing, I say to myself, oh, isn't this sentence a little long-winded? Could the editor have cut it a little for me? So we do that, but it's not your fault, really. Yeah. It's not your fault. So that's what is exciting about the media.
So soon we'll talk about citizen journalism and your position on that, and also we'll talk about training institutions, journalism training institutions. Are you a journalist when you attend or you have the skill of journalism, or you can be a journalist if you are quiet on the job or any other way? We'll come back on that after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Alhaji Haruna Atta, Mr. Abdurrahman. I have to add that.
Please do.
So we're talking about the media then and now. And citizen journalism. Facebook is a big proponent of citizen journalism. We have Twitter. We even have YouTube, where bloggers go around and take videos and do interviews and post them all over. And they are all calling themselves journalists. Is it a position you would ascribe to, or you think is an overshot of the role of journalism?
Now, journalism, you see, unlike other professions, I think it's the only profession which takes its source from the UN Convention on Human Rights, the freedom of expression, which has been domesticated in almost every constitution on this planet, the freedom of expression. So media work, journalism, therefore takes its source from there. It does not prescribe that you must have a degree or a certificate to practice. What it allows is that you have something to say. That's the basis of journalism. So earlier in the practice of journalism, Joseph Pulitzer, the founder of the Columbia University School of Journalism, he was the one who said, no, journalists cannot just be allowed to just flit about. Journalists must be trained, and journalists must have, in quotes, the kind of respectability of doctors, lawyers, and the other professions, accountants, and so on. So it was from that time, around 1911, when he wrote that his famous treatise on journalism, that people really started now thinking that, oh, then journalism can be a discipline that should be studied. And I agree, it should be studied. My relationship with journalism comes from my degree from UST, because I studied graphic design, and many aspects of graphic design is just media work, how to cast this thing we use for advertising. There's a word you use for it. Now I'm growing old, my mind is getting mixed up. But then how to cast a line, all these things, I learned them in the university. Yeah. And then UST at that time, at the College of Art, English was compulsory. If you failed English in your FUE, you will be sacked. So I did English for 3 years and only dropped it in my last year. In those days, the Faculty of Art did 4 years. So you drop it. And so my training was from that angle. And it shows in the way one does things, one writes. So I believe that some training is necessary. Even though you are filling in the voice of the voiceless as a result of the freedom of expression, but some training is good. But then I haven't said that without training, it does not mean you can't practice as a journalist. In the good old days, again, back to the good old days, you learned your craft on the job. Many of our pioneers, especially at Graphic at times, but especially at Graphic, they learned their craft on the job and did so well. Later, they were sent to the UK to places like the Thompson Foundation. I don't know if it's still in existence, yes. Which gave our senior journalists in those days, again, more or less on the job training. So training for me is very important. At least you learn the use of the language. Language is very, very important. Today we are arguing or debating whether do or die is the same as all die be die. I think it's the subject of my article today. I don't know whether you've seen it. Yeah. So it's all to do with language. Journalism cannot function if you don't have the good language, either written or spoken. If you are not trained and you are a citizen journalist, really that's what you are. You can't consider yourself a professional journalist. And I think there should be a place for professional journalists, whether they learned it on the job or they learned it in the classroom. Our top men, people like Ken Bediaku, who used to be the top sports journalist in this country. Uncle Ken is now an old man, but people like him, people like one of the great editors, he wrote a book, the Gab books, Cameron Dodu. These were great editors, you see. So I think rather that yes, there should be training and we should have room for the citizen journalists, but we should not let them overwhelm the professionalism of journalism. Journalism is not a place you should go to because you have nothing else to do or nowhere else to go to. Go to journalism with the intention that you want to be a journalist. You want to write. You want to be in the print or electronic media. And then you come out as a very good journalist. I believe in that.
Now, if we talk about getting training and some skill, there's a school of thought that the journalism institutions, which are also growing, there's a proliferation of them, but they are bringing out or churning out a lot of journalists who are half-baked. They're only learning the theory, and when they come into institutions or media institutions, they are unable to produce quality content as professional journalists are supposed to. Have you encountered any of that?
I have, and it's heartbreaking. And so you are right, absolutely right. That's why I mentioned the GIJ, I mentioned the Kojoyanke's place, and then of course the mother of all of them at the School of Communication Studies in Legon. Yeah, there are many mushroom schools of journalism, and I think they are more also the problem than the half-baked journalists they churn out. Yeah, because the half-baked journalists they churn out have the degrees or the certificates or whatever it is they give them, but you encounter them in a newsroom, it is a nightmare. A half-baked journalist in a professional newsroom is a nightmare to some editors and editors. Yeah, so I still believe that we should look for the good institutions of journalism or any of the communication arts and sciences like I told you, my background was in graphic design, but it had elements of communication. So I came out with a degree that I could use to communicate, which is very important. And that's what journalism is all about. Citizen journalism has not always been something for me to encourage, because then they take up all sorts of issues that sometimes end up adding tension to society. You see, and that's what I believe professional journalists try to avoid. Professional journalists would use all the tricks of the trade to get whatever it is out without going out to be bloody-minded, if I can use that word. So let's encourage those people interested, young people interested in doing journalism or becoming journalists, to apply for and get places at GIG, the African University of Communications.
African University College
of Communications, yes. And such places. I don't think we should encourage mediocrity in any profession.
But unfortunately, the traditional media, which is more professional, is now following the citizen journalists on social media to get their sources and get their information. And we are seeing that in some stories that pulled down because the source wasn't real. Someone who posts a picture of somebody holding a human head, excuse me to say, and say someone was killed somewhere. Then quickly you see it on the traditional media, which is more professional. And later they say, oh, it's a picture of 2 years ago. So we are sorry for the publication.
It is laziness. And another problem of Ghana these days is intellectual laziness. So whatever they did, I saw it, it was sent, but I deleted it. You see, I get all of these things too, but the moment I see things dealing with children, whether it's something good about a child, I delete it. Animals, whether it's something good or bad about an animal, I delete it. Certain things that show disrespect to women, I delete it. I'm talking of this, what's it called? What we have on the phone, the WhatsApp messages, thing. Yes. So it goes all around. Let's have that mindset. The editors must know what to delete on site and not do it. So for what they put out in this paper, I think it's laziness. If their editors are very smart, there are many areas that are not getting touched on. There could be niche newspapers for such things, and we will read. It doesn't mean when you put something that is not shit on your front page, people won't read. There's a class of people who will read. So even if they have to become niche newspapers for such quality, why not? After all, they are lucky, especially Graphic and Times. They are still being supported by the government in many respects. The Graphic earns its money from its own commercial activities and to some extent Ghanaian Times, but they are still state-owned newspapers, and they carry that title that gives them leverage over all the other papers. So you see the number of adverts in Graphic, you wonder why everybody is rushing to Graphic. It's because of that state-owned title they have.
But one thing that's quality are your articles, and I'm looking at some of them. The titles themselves are quite appealing. So I see one, Coup d'etat, and how you even spelled it, Coup d'etat, C-O-O-D-E-T-A, the sports child of Ethiopia. And then Cathedral of Doom, concerns of Muslims brushed aside, Bad Blood, the Cross, Star and Crescent Spa in Ghana, and so on and so forth. And I can see the book you wrote on John Mahama, Awini Pa Nkasa. You have very interesting titles. How do you come by them? Is it experience?
It's all combined, but like I told you, it's language. Make use of language. Study language. Be sensitive to language. To be a good writer or a good journalist, study language. My daughter is even a better writer. You may have heard of her, Aisha Harunata. Yes. She's written 4 novels. The first one she tried even had the shortlist for a Commonwealth Writers' Prize. So it's to do with language, and I'm sure she picked a lot of language from me and her mother, who was a very good editor. Unfortunately, she's not well. She has multiple sclerosis and she's in a wheelchair right now. But her mother was one of the best editors I had ever met. She worked with me on The Statesman and then worked with me briefly on the Accra Mail before the sickness made her activity impossible in life. Yeah. So language is important, Ismail. You can't undermine language in writing, journalism. So,
talking about your daughter, you know, when anyone Googles Haruna Atta, she comes on.
I'm now, how do I say, my claim to fame is my daughter's, not mine.
Yes.
But as a parent, you are proud when such a thing happens.
Well, anyway, it's great to have you here. And if you have any last or final statements you want to make before we go.
Yeah, but it's not the final statement as such. I'm just going to thank you and say continue the good job. Because there was a time when you started, or GhanaWeb started, there was nothing else. That time, even your email or whatever was Akoto or something. Now I realize you've changed everything. So you've moved. You've become big, and then continue the good job. Like I told you earlier on, I like the way you do. I sent you articles. You don't just publish it. You look for newsy parts of it and turn them into stories. That's the professionalism I'm talking about. So let us do that, and let's leave a little space for the citizen journalists. They can never outclass or outrun professional journalism. The rest assured. They will make noise, but professional journalists will still survive.
Thank you very much for coming, Alhaji Abdulrahman Haruna Atta. This was quite an informative interview, and we'll have this every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Ment Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
We pulled up on one of the most beautiful and talented artists here in Ghana. Yes, we will be having a chat with her to find out what she has been up to lately. But before we delve right into it, let's take this quick break. When we come back, we have so much more for you. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola at all pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all your Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your special weekend with our special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Every Friday, call 0264 133 397. Call 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And like I said, I have here with me the beautiful and talented Adelaide Asia.
Hello, Elsie.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You are welcome to Talkatainment.
Thank you, Elsie.
How are you doing? How have you been?
I've been wonderful. You?
I can see you look good.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us, what have you been up to?
Okay, I've been up to still my music. I'm putting one or two things in place. I would actually be releasing very soon a single. And yes, I think currently that's what I've been up to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, within the last time I think I set my eyes on you was on VGMA Red Carpet where you were looking ravishing.
Yeah.
Anyway, who made the costume for you?
Oh,
that was, you were looking good in it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sure you received compliments for that.
Of course I did. Yeah.
So, aside from you trying to come out with a single and all of that, what else have you been doing on the side?
I'm actually planning to host a TV program. So mostly I say that I love to put smiles on the faces of people. And I'm actually doing this currently through my music, but as time goes on, I'll be adding other stuff like advertisements and all of that. So apart from music, I'm planning the TV show I told you about, and very soon, yes, we'll be seeing it on air on TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we know you to be Adley the singer. We know you sing. But what else are you talented with aside singing?
Like aside singing, I love to act. I love to talk. So anything that has to do with TV presentation and advertisements, voiceovers, and all that. And I dance as a hobby sometimes. Yes, I think, acting and all those things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So before the show ends, you'll be giving us some dance moves. We want to see that side of you.
All right.
But with the acting bit, though, have you killed that part of your talent, or you still, when you get a chance to pursue it, you would grab it with two hands?
Of course, when I get the chance, I will, with advertisements and everything that is inside of me. The moment I get the opportunity, I am not going to spare it at all.
Who is your favorite actor here in Ghana? Who do you look up to?
I like Nana Brown. And actor, I liked Majid Michel. I don't see more of him lately, but I think I still like him.
What about Nana McBrown do you like? Because I see you both vibe a lot.
Yes, I like her versatility. I like her because mostly I see myself in her. I love to do so many things, and that's what she does, advertisements and all that. So I see myself in her most of the time, and that's what I admire about her.
Oh, okay. So, wow. I'm just trying to imagine how you can be able to toggle between this acting. Okay, so Kumawood or the Ejako one or the Majid Michel type? Which one?
Okay, so my tree is not very good. So I like to do the English ones, but maybe once in a while, if the tree comes, then fine. But I'm not too good with tree, but I can give it a try.
Okay.
Yes.
So Adelaide, moving away from that, we used to see you in the company of the twins, Twist and B2, that's Dope Nation.
Yeah.
But lately, nothing have been heard or seen with regards to you and them.
Yeah.
Word out there was that they were your managers, sort of. I want to know, what's the current relationship between you both?
Okay, with B2 and Twist Dope Nation. Yep. So everybody saw me out there with them some months ago. And this was because they're running a promotion. They said they were giving 5 beats to upcoming artists, 5 upcoming artists. And they chose me first. So that is when we did Wire Me. So after Wire Me, it got interesting, and then we did What's a God. We did one other song which hasn't been released. So yeah, that was it. That was where it ended, and yes, so I'm no longer working with them.
Was it saddled with any controversy? Well, because word out there was that they have deleted your social media account. How true is that?
Well, the thing is, when we did Wire Me and then we did What's a God, and then we recorded one other song which hasn't been released, so they wanted to sign me on their record label. But for some reasons, I couldn't sign. So I had to get my handles, and then because I couldn't sign with them, they said they can't give me the handles because I am no longer working with them. So I had to create new handles. It wasn't too sad. On the other hand, I must confess that I really had a memorable experience with them, and I enjoyed every time I spent with them. And I'm always grateful for the leverage that they gave me. But unfortunately, we couldn't work again, and we're here now.
But what deterred you from joining their record label? What was the issue?
It wasn't really an issue. I had to go on a break, a health break, and all that. So considering the break and everything around me, I felt I shouldn't sign because it was going to
come with a lot of responsibility.
Yes, exactly. So I just had to pull out.
But did they understand? Did they take it in good faith?
I think they did, but we're different people. We take things differently. They had their own plans and everything for me, and they felt maybe they wanted to sign me on before going further with any other thing as far as my music is concerned. So since I wasn't going to do it, it just had to break.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it stands now, you do not have a team that is managing you. Am I right?
Yeah, I do not have like a very solid team, but we're trying our best in the little way that we can.
So would you want to put a word out there for people who maybe would want to come on board and, you know, help with production or anything?
Of course, as far as my music is concerned, I think I need more people, any opportunity, companies and individuals that can help me realize my dreams more. I would gladly welcome them.
Okay. So some time back, there were rumors that Captain Smart had given you a car.
Yeah. Well,
how true is that?
Captain Smart actually promised to get me a car, but he hasn't given me a car. And yes.
When was that?
He promised, I think around February, some 6-7 months ago, but I haven't heard from him.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming to your place, I realized that, oh my God, there's a whole lot of struggle in terms of the road network and the distance, of course. This place is really far from town.
Sure.
If you have to attend interviews or maybe an event, I'm sure it will be one hell of a tough time for you.
I'm telling you.
How is it for you? How is the experience with you and then your mode of transportation?
It's really hectic, like you said. Mostly when we're ordering for Uber or Bolt, they don't even want to come here because this place is out of town. The moment they realize where you are, they just cancel the trip. Like, you have to walk to the motorway or under bridge, pick your taxi to under bridge, and it's a whole lot. It's really hectic, yeah.
So with that being said, I'm sure that there will be a need for Adelaide to get a vehicle. Anybody who is touched by this can just, you know, well, she'll welcome it with open arms. We need a car, you know. Now that we don't have the car, Captain Smart promised us, we need to get a vehicle for Adelaide. And of course, you made mention that this place is far and it's out of town and all that. And I'm sure that you need a very, a place that is very closer to town, so you can be able to attend interviews and stuff like that. So yeah, of course, apartment is also needed. And maybe if you are someone who also wants to sponsor hair, clothing needs to, you're also welcome on board. Yeah. So moving away from that, Adelaide, how do you write your songs?
Okay, how I write my songs. Mostly I get my songs when I'm having morning devotion or I'm in the bathhouse, just lying down, the song just drops. Sometimes I can just be having a conversation with somebody and then I start singing. So I can get a line or a chorus, then later I just create something around it and then I make a song.
Clearly you do not have a studio in your house, so how do you manage to record?
I go to town to record, but as you speak now, Foboko or Foboko Multimedia is putting some things together to set up a home studio for me. And I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to him, Foboko. I am so grateful. So very soon I'll be getting my home-based studio.
Oh, okay, that's nice, that's nice. And you made mention of the fact that some people are plagiarizing your account, trying to create different accounts to extort money from the public. Can you expatiate on that?
Not using my account, but they're going, I think people have my pictures and all that, and they're just telling other people they know me and opening accounts and all that, and distorting monies from people, which I think is really, really, really bad, and I'm not very happy about. I'm actually not happy about it. Yeah.
Okay. So, Adelaide.
Yes,
I know you're a gospel artist and you delve so much in gospel music.
Yes,
but who are some of the artists that, when given the chance, you'd want to work with?
The list is really long. I love to work with. I wish not to mention
Who's your
names.
favorite gospel artist that you are
Diana Aintree Hamilton.
Okay.
I like Daughters. I like Joe Mettel. The list is really long. Yes.
But have you had the opportunity to reach out to any of them?
I reached out to Joe Mettel. I think he's busy of late, but with time, I'm sure I would link up again. And then I reached out to, Daughters actually reached out to me, and it's positive. So let's just keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure I'll be doing something with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are some of the lessons that you have drawn from your past experiences with your management? And it could be anything. It could be contractual and anything. What are some of the lessons that you have learned?
Okay, I'd say one very major lesson that I learned would be anytime somebody opens their arms for you, just be very sure of what you're entering into and make sure you do your paperwork well. Know exactly your boundaries. Know what you're going into. So don't be too vulnerable to opening up to every opportunity. And then when maybe reality stares at you, then you find yourself wanting.
But in the case of Dope, were there did you read and understand any contracts? Were you made to sign?
No, I didn't sign like I stated earlier, but from the beginning, we're doing a beat for an upcoming artist. There was no paper on it, nothing. And then later I recorded 2 other songs, which only one was released before the contracts came in, and I couldn't sign. So, yeah.
Okay. You have made mention of some negative stuff. What are some positive ones that you have embraced from their camp?
Yeah, so as I stated earlier, I said it was really memorable working with them. There was this kind of camaraderie relationship between us. They were more like family, and it's made things easier for me because I didn't know them from I didn't know them from anywhere. I just saw them on TV, heard them around, and then I had to record with them, but they made me feel at home. So anytime you have to work with people, for your work to go on very well, you need to have a very close relationship, like something that would make you feel very at home, very much at home, so it will make your work run faster, so to say. Yeah.
Okay, so on this note, let's take a quick breather. When we come back, Adley Desia is still here with us, chatting, and we have so much more for you. This is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV.
And then Mr. Pabonde, I'm the man with the wag one. Blue bean, I'm a ton of hard one. We are rapping, I'm a chihuahua, suicide or murder. Now when Uncle what you say the best one. I'm the baddest bro, we killing to and fro. We going all out, nigga for be honest bro. When you're a target bro, the man to a draw. Rap on a metapati, I'm also son say bro. All I want is Africa on the map. That's why nigga swap my sleep for a nap. Even if we were born in 1957, that would be 1st April. Me then you know with him mad cause I'm here with the hellfire.
Guys, you're so welcome to the Discovery segment on Talk Attainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Barbara Sinamboni, and I'm here with super talented, as you've already heard from him, hip-hop and hip lifestyle, Mr. Pap.
My dream was to be a journalist, yes. But then I realized my musical career way back in SHS, and moving forward, I you know, when you are good, or maybe when people see that what you're doing is good, that motivates you. And finally, I have to choose it as a career, since people really want to hear more of me. I did not really start like, you know, like this, but when you believe in yourself, you know, yeah, you keep on, and you know, all the time you have to also learn. And that is why we are here today. And when I say I do hip hop, doesn't mean that is the only thing I can do, but in music, you have to get a specific area that you can really tell somebody that I'm on this field. Yeah, you don't really have to say I can do everything or something, even though people must see you to be multi-talented. Yeah. Poverty must die, and we here for the motion. I promise to buy my mama house, my papa soon, yeah. But everything don't scatter for the nation. The rich man getting richer, poor man getting poorer, yeah. But we know giving up a crowd, yeah, and a crowd, yeah, and see, yeah.
Now, where can we find your music? Which digital platforms can we find your music?
Okay, all the streaming platforms you can ever think of. You can search me there. But then YouTube too. The videos are there that you can watch. Both songs have short videos for them.
Right.
Yeah, so.
So what's your YouTube channel, Mr. Pab?
Mr. Pab Official.
Okay, please spell the Pab out for them.
P-A-R-B. Mr. Pab, the meaning is actually Pan-African Rap Beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, Pan-African Rap Beast. Yeah, so it's P-A-R-B.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and are you across all other social media platforms?
Oh yes,
Facebook,
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere, Mr. Pab.
Right. So this has been the Discovery segment on Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Barbara Sinamboni. We go back to Elsie.
I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days you have held me in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, and I will sing of the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good, yeah. With every breath that I am able, Lord, I will sing of the goodness of God.
I like the chorus of that song.
Okay.
Your goodness is running after.
It's running after me. Okay. Your goodness is running after. It's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after. It's running after me.
And all my life
life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good, yeah. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Very, oh good. I don't even know how to describe your voice right now. It's like silk. So that was Adelaide right there doing her own thing, and oh, she took us to heaven and back. Hallelujah, somebody.
Amen.
So yeah, so we are back from that break, and of course, if you just join in, we are having a good time here on Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and of course, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. I hope you love pizza, Adelaide.
I do. I do.
Okay. Hey, don't embarrass me. So here you go.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
So you can have a bite and tell us how it tastes. I'm sure I'll also have one. And let's see.
It tastes really nice.
Yeah, of course.
Very meaty or cheesy.
Both meaty and cheesy. Oh yeah, I've learned a new word. Of course, yeah, this is nice. So yeah, Adelaide.
Yes,
I'm sure when you started, the response from people, it was massive. Of course, everybody wants to come on board. Everybody wants to help. And how was it? Is it the same as now? All the people that came in and promised you heaven and earth, are they still around? Oh.
Well, it's not like before, but it's understandable. There are people, I'm still optimistic that people are still planning to give me the chance or give me more opportunities to bring out what I have to. Even though, as I speak now, there are a couple of people I haven't heard from, but it's cool. With time, I'm sure they'll come on board.
Oh, but what? Can you give us some names? Maybe after hearing you on the show, it will be a reminder to them. Like,
I would say they know themselves.
No, give us names.
If I mention names, maybe there are other people that would like to comment because I don't mention their names. They will say, okay.
Mention the ones you can remember for now. You want them to come.
Okay, I want to hear from Daughters of Glorious Jesus again.
Of course, Daughters.
I want to hear from Joe Metal again. I think I'd
and Anama McBrown.
Anama McBrown, I'm still in touch with her. I'm sure she's very busy lately.
Yeah,
so yes,
she's indisposed at the moment. So Adelaide, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, the way forward for me. So as I said earlier, I'm currently working on the single. We'll be having my studio, Can't Get See for Boko very soon, and I'm planning to host a TV program. The thing is, mostly I say it's not. I know people will just continue this from me. It's not what you're doing, but what is behind what you're doing. I just want to be an icon of hope and strength to everybody, to even people who can see, people who do not have particular or peculiar conditions like mine. But more especially to people like me. I want people to see me and see possibility. I want people to see me and have hope for tomorrow. So I'm just going to bring out everything inside of me, like do the advertisements, do singing, do everything that I can do that will put smiles on the faces of people, that will rekindle hopes in the hearts and the lives of people. So with time, I'm sure I'll be getting more opportunities and all my dreams are going to be realized by the grace of God.
Amen. Yeah. You speak very fluently. Did you have dreams of becoming a media personality whilst growing up?
This is interesting. So when I was growing up, I always wanted to work in the hospital. So this
As what?
I wanted to either be a nurse or a doctor, medical practitioner. I wanted to do this because I always want to be in a position where I can help people. I felt when somebody needs something, especially in the hospital, I can administer something that would give them life. At least I can give somebody life. But mostly I call my condition a blessing in disguise, because it made me find myself more. I'm not limited just by the walls of the hospital. My voice goes everywhere in the world, and it heals hearts, it heals people, and I think it's helping me now. I can't inject somebody, but at least I can make somebody smile.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, it's great.
Your Wire Me song, Can you give us some few lines of it?
Okay. Every day I pray to God, oh, I pray to God, oh, make you wire me. Why every day I pray to God, I pray to God, make you wire me.
Hey, yeah. Charlie. So, Adelaide, I think we are drawing closer to the end of the show. So, you give us your final words.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay, mostly I say that people come into our lives for a reason, for a season, or for a lifetime. When purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. Know why somebody is in your life and know why you are in somebody's life and work accordingly. Try to help somebody even in a smile or a helping hand, and you will get it in return in a day that you do not even expect. Keep loving yourself, believe in God, trust in God, and believe in yourself. God bless you.
Please put out your new social media handles out there.
Okay. My new social media handles are Adelaide the Sia Official on Facebook, Adelaide the Sia Official on Instagram, and Adelaide the Sia Official on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. So you can reach her via Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Adelaide Official. That's the name. Adelaide the Sia Official. Yeah. That's the name. Adelaide the Sia Official. And also soon we have come to an end of this great interview. I hope you sitting at home enjoyed and had a good time as we did. Of course, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from jollof, fried rice, juices, smoothies, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all their branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Thursday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with the jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they have asked me to give this coupon out to Adelaide. So you can go to any branch on it, and then you can order for anything you want to order at any of the Cheesy Pizza branches. Of course, please, we need time to go finish our pizza, so we are going out. Yes, so before we do that, I think Adelaide will give us something small so we can just go and chill. Sorry if you're home and you can't have it though.
Yeah.
So give us some small lines. Any of your favorite songs that you want to give again?
I wanted to say thank you to a couple of
Okay, so you can do that. You can say the thank you, then after that.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to say a very big thank you to God first for everything that's going on in my life. Thank you to my wonderful family. Thank you to my head pastor, Apostle Kennedy Oheneyebwa. Thank you to Fubuku for your massive support all this while. And then to one person like me who has been very supportive, Caritas Tete. God richly bless you. To Portia Gabor for starting my story. I'm so grateful to you out there for loving and supporting me all this while. May the Lord continue to bless you. Please continue to follow and support me. Thank you.
Thank you. Shikmole femi joy, adebe femi comfortable. Bojini mwani wale, wanyana kama kevalo, blema tasani hewa, jala fena icho, ogbeji Yehowa zeba, ni moko beni tamobo. Shikmole femi joy, adebe femi comfortable. Bojini mwani wale, wanyana kama kevalo, blema tasani hewa, jala fena icho, ogbeji Yehowa zeba, moko beni tamobo. Moko benwe tamobo, moko benwe shishihu, moko kachi pon shishi, na waka katoe, bojinyo mohe kalo,
Moko moko beni wabonga, ogbaji Yehovah zeba. Moko moko beni tamobo.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
It's not every day we hear stories like this, but today's guest on The Untold flips the script. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she speaks about her perspectives about what she understands life to be for someone who is an abnormal child. Also, she gives us a perspective into her naivety and some of her biggest mistakes and how they've led her to where she is in life today. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu, as we speak to a life coach, Queen Esther Jackson, on this edition. Once again, welcome. Let's take you right into the story now. Queen says it as it is. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but her story will not follow most of the narratives for such persons, and she explains why.
I typically don't have the story of I was born from here and I raised the air. No, mine is different. I was actually born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Seriously, I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born to a father who was in the military, but he was way up there, and my mother was a businesswoman. So I mean, life was good, very, very good, very good. I was born in the house of maid servants, nannies and all that. So life was pretty good when I started life. But when I was growing, there was something about me that my dad always found unique, and he always used to tell me about it. And I remember every day, my dad is late, actually my mom is also late, but every day he used to tell me that, Esther, you are a born bright person, you are unique, you are different. Because when I started school, like, it was like I was always the odd one out. And the odd one out did not mean that I was down there. The odd one out meant that I was too smart for my age. One, I was too smart for my age, and two, I was huge. I was a big boned person. So at the age of 4, I was in class 1, but still I looked taller and huge than the rest. So I always had an intimidating figure, okay? And it made people wanna, you know, use my intimidating figure against me by trying to bully me in a way. All right? So, but then if you get so angry and you attack back, you are the bad person. And if you relax too, they take advantage of you. So I was in a confused state from my childhood. What do I do when someone tries to, you know, push me to the wall to fight back? Do I really fight back by pushing the person? Because as soon as I start fighting back, I become the giant. And when I don't fight back, they take control and I'm on the floor.
Like most girls, Daddy's constant words kept her together, especially when, as a young girl, all she wanted was to be normal.
But my dad used to tell me that, don't worry, that is how you are. You are smart, you're intelligent, you're different. Accept it the way you are. But as I was growing, being the odd one out is not an easy thing. And I know a lot of people face that thing a lot. Because you're being too smart, you are in class. Things that other people, because I remember when I was in class 4, I used to go to class 6 to go and learn. And I was doing homework for people in class 6, but I was in class 4. You know, I was just too smart for my liking. And it made me have names like Too Known, or, you know, that kind of thing and all that. So it made you feel like people don't really like you. And that is when you start sliding back in life, when you start thinking like that. So, well, when I was growing, it was good, everything was nice. But as I said, my intelligence was always the problem. So having friends became an issue. And I really also wanted to be normal, because I was thinking that the way I wasn't normal. So I wanted to be normal. So in order to be normal, I go to the people, you know, others, and I ask them, how can I be like you? And then they tend to take me down a road where I shouldn't go. So I even started some huge negative vices. You understand? I smoked my first cigarette at a very tender age because I wanted to be normal. You know, I wanted to be normal. I want to be like everybody else. I don't want to be the intellect that I am. So I grew up, went to school, went to a lot of schools because we're moving from here to there. Vacations, I was going out of the country. I was learning other stuff because I remember instead of going to JHS, my dad stopped me from going to JHS and made me write GCE O level, and then I did A level. So my mates, who were like people I'm supposed to call mates, I became older than them because I was writing GCE O level with people who were much older than me, and they are the JHS and the S. So we were the first batch, but I wasn't allowed to. My dad just squished me from there, and I don't know, but there was this pride in my dad about me being so smart, and it created a problem for me even at home among my siblings. Okay, I became too smart. I became too, in Ghana they call it too known, right? I became too known and all that. So it wasn't fun. I mean, being a child and being that kind of a person. I managed to struggle my way through. And then in secondary school, I remember not wanting to go to school anymore because of the way I was. Because I wasn't fitting in. Seriously, I wasn't. So I took a lot of vices, but my dad did very well. What he used to do was that during vacation, he will let me go out of the country to go and learn a trade. Be it cosmetology or anything. I can just let me go and learn how to make pizza. Anything for me to, you know, keep up with myself.
Getting to the university, she says, was when everything started going sideways for her.
So by and by, after school, I got to the university. My dad died in, I think, in A-level. So after he died, I got to the university, and that was when the whole thing started. My experience in life started from the university. Because when I went to the university, I knew everything. But to me, I knew nothing. Because there were other things that other people were doing that I wasn't really doing. Like having a boyfriend, you know, going out with somebody to go buy pizza or something. I never had the chance to do it. So I was always like, I'm not normal. So I can sit for a whole day and listen to girls tell their experiences about going out with married men, this, that, which I wasn't having. So in a bit to be like them, it got to a point in time in my third year, all I was thinking about was to get married. And it corrupted my every being. I want to get married. I want to have a man in my life. I want to have a honeymoon in Bali. I want to do this. I want to do that.
A desperate young lady as she was, she jumped into marriage in the most uncertain ways, realizing too late that she had just signed up for a bitter mess.
In my final year after school, I went out for a party with my sister. That was 19 years ago, and I saw a guy in a Navy band playing the saxophone. Immediately I saw him, I was like, yeah, that's my husband, this guy, Charlie. I'm going to do anything possible, because I wasn't thinking about working. I wasn't thinking about the future, because it's like the future, the job, everything, I have it all drawn out. Because hey, I'm smart. Who wouldn't employ me? I can do everything, but I need that thing. So I was all engrossed in trying to, you know. So, well, got the guy, did not actually study him. I did not do anything, his background, nothing. All I wanted was to have a guy in my life. So I've got him, that was it. And lo and behold, the inevitable happened. I got pregnant. And the time when I got pregnant, he was leaving for operation. So he left to Lebanon. So when he left, I think 4 months later, I realized I was pregnant. I was so green. So when I realized I was pregnant, he called me one time. At that time, there were no cell phones in abundance like this whereby you can call. So he calls. So he called and I told him I was pregnant. He was like, oh, okay, no problem. You're pregnant. That's okay. When I come back, we'll see what we can do. As soon as he told me when he comes back, we'll see what we can do. The next week, I went to his family house. I was so, you know, I want to do it. I want to get married. I want to do it. So I went to his family house. I went to his mom. They were not really accepting me, because looking at me, they saw me as a silver spoon girl, a rich girl, you know, coming to a small village. I went to that village with my pregnancy, went to the village, was trying as much as I can for them to accept me, any means necessary. So I went there. I was actually not feeling it when I got there. There were so many signs on the wall, but I wasn't paying attention to all those things. So I went there, and I went there to announce myself to them that, oh, I am the girlfriend to your son, as your son is gone and I'm pregnant, so I came to say hi. And the woman was like, oh, okay. I met the sister too, and they were like, so I spoke everything and then I left them. So they called their son confirmed, and I came back. See, all along this time, I did not even know where he lived, what he does aside from his job as a naval personnel, how his behavior was, what he eats, how he eats, what he drinks, how he drinks. The only thing I knew was what he tells me at that short length of time. So when he came back from Lebanon, I had given birth a month. My baby was 1 month old when he came back. He came back, took me to his apartment where he lived in the barracks and all that. And I realized there were a lot of odd things about him. He was not friendly enough. I didn't know him very well and all that, you know. It wasn't just sinking. But at that point in time, I was thinking that where I've gotten to, I've gone too far. So there is no going back. No matter what happens, I need to do this. And, you know, consequently, that was the first marriage in my family. So my mother just grabbed it like this, boom. And it was a whole occasion. Immediately I had to set the date, do this, do that. Family members are coming. Everywhere is busy. Pastors are busy. Mbeko Mami is busy. We have to go for some by force counseling and all that. You know, everywhere is busy. You know, yeah, but worry. You know, but then at the end of the day, I realized that it was me doing all the work and the man was doing nothing. Because whatever I say, he's like, okay, because it's not his money, it's not his brain, it's not his strength. All that he knows is that we're getting married. So we just did it. We set the date, we're ready to get married. Wedding gown is ready. It was a Friday. Saturday we're doing the engagement. Sunday, no, we're doing the engagement and the wedding on the Saturday. Sunday we'll go to church. Wedding cake was ready to be jumped in. I was ready to go to the salon to finish up with my hair. So in the salon, I remembered I forgot my bag in his house. So I went to the house to go and pick it up. So when I got to the house, I had a call on my phone. So I picked it up in my excitement. Oh yeah, hello, Mrs. To be, I'm too busy. Hello, who is this? He said, oh, my name is, I've forgotten the lady's name. My name is so and so, and I'm a sister to. No, as soon as he said my name is so and so, I was like, oh, hi. Are you my husband's sister? Are you coming for the wedding? And the girl was like, wait, what wedding? I said, tomorrow. So why are you calling me? And he said, I'll call you back. I said, okay, fine. Got my stuff, got into my car, went to the salon. I was in the salon fixing my hair when the call came again. I picked up the phone. He said, I am not his sister. I am his girlfriend. We've been together since he left for Lebanon, and he came back, and I got your number from his phone to him because I realized you were trying to call him, and the call was coming and he was trying to hide the phone. So when he left the room, I took the phone. So what did you just say? I said, but we have a child and we are getting married tomorrow. And the lady was like, no, you don't have a child, because he doesn't have a child. I said, you want to see pictures? Hello, we do have a child. We're getting married tomorrow. And he said, no, that's not the truth, because we are also planning. We are planning a lot of stuff. And are you Esther? I said, yes. But he said, no. What he told me was that you are a certain woman he is trying to lure to get a visa to travel. Okay, all right. The shock was just unbearable. But at that moment, I had some rage in me. I had some serious rage. So I just told the lady to stop doing the hair, because we are finished fixing the weave on. It was left with the, we call it tonguing, curling. So I said, okay, you can do the curling tomorrow, but I need to go do something at home.
What society thought of her at that time meant so much. It overshadowed her conscience to the point where she concludes her wedding day was the worst day of her life.
I just started my car. I got to the parking lot, I parked. I was walking home, and in my walking, I was telling myself that I'm just going to tell my mom that the wedding is off. I was walking boldly in an angry manner. But when I got to the front of the house, seeing people cooking, my family members had come. Chicken, clucking, goats bleating. This one is cooking in Katinkwine. And as soon as I got there, you know, Fantis, are you for? Oh, are you for? Oh, as soon as I turned around, I saw my wedding cake being ushered into the room. They are sending my wedding cake into the room for tomorrow. The lady who was coming to do my last wedding gown fitting was there, and all that. I was just standing there in the middle of the yard. And at that moment, I just buried all my feelings, and I took the feelings of what society and family will say if I should cancel the wedding. And that was my worst mistake in life. That was my worst mistake. I started thinking, what is my mom going to say? What is society going to say? People are going to say, I have a child without a husband. People are going to chastise me for not getting married. People are going to say I cancelled my own wedding. I'm going to be like an outcast. No, I'll go ahead with this wedding. So I just went into the house, and then I called him. And then he asked me where I was. I told him I was at home, and I said I wanted to see him. He said he was at home. And instead of me letting him come to me, I still went to him. So when I went to him, I asked him, who is this girl? He said, what? I said, well, this girl called me and told me that you said the only means you need ways and means to travel, and you need a visa. That is why you are with me. So tell me, what is going on? He said, that is not true. We are getting married tomorrow. Or you don't want to get married. You want to cancel it, I cancel it. My dear, I couldn't say no. In fact, my wedding day was the saddest day in my life, because I wasn't there, but I was just doing something just for the day to just go. His family also came, and they really made me see that I wasn't their class, because they are poor people. So even at the reception, they refused to eat the food given them. The food was so rich, and they just sat there for some time. After some time, they just got up and started looking for their son to give them lorry fare to go back to their village. The only thing that the man bought for himself was his jacket. He didn't know how the wedding rings were made. He didn't know how the food was made. He didn't know anything. And trust you me, I did all those things with my own personal money. Because as soon as I got pregnant, even though I was in university, in my final year, I was still working. I got a cosmetic shop. I'm a hardcore lady. I like to make money. For me, my core value is to make money, because I always tell myself it is glorifying to sit in a Range Rover and cry than to walk and sob. So I love money. Me pesika. If money could be eaten with fork and knife, that is what I will eat. So I don't hesitate in doing anything to make money. And by the time the wedding was over, my capital was gone. My capital was just gone. My business was down. But I was wearing big rings with a zirconia red stone on it. Mrs. So and so.
She was abused and looked down on, but Queen explains why it wasn't his fault.
We moved to the house, and that was where the whole thing started. The relationship started in an unbalanced way. I was the one doing everything. He was doing nothing. So the relationship started unbalanced. So it couldn't balance. because he hadn't gone through the process of meeting me halfway, anywhere, anytime. So nothing was balanced. So he can do anything and everything without thinking about the way I will feel or the way I will react to it. All that he knew was him and how he would get through life. The rest was a story, because I can handle everything. When I see people going through this now, I laugh, because a lot of people are going through it, I swear. So we're in an unbalanced relationship, going, coming. All that he cares about was to do what he feels he wants to do at a particular time. And before the wedding, I saw him playing the saxophone and I was like, oh, one day I will really make you a jazz artist. I really want you to be a jazz artist. I want to see my husband standing on stages playing the saxophone and all that. But there was no a single day that he even said, one day I want to see you as the biggest entrepreneur in the country or anything. No, he doesn't care, because the whole work is done by me and nothing is done by him. So I did not allow him to be the man he was supposed to be. And that was my huge mistake, because I turned the hands of nature. And when you turn the hands of nature, it comes to hit you back. So nature started really teaching me how it can hit me back. Because the worst thing that can happen to any woman on earth is to stay with a selfish and someone who doesn't even have emotions when you are concerned. Because you are a woman, at a point in time in your life, you will need someone to be there for you. That is how nature made it. So I was doing everything by myself. If he comes home and the child has made maybe a mess in the living room, he starts shouting, and when I talk, I get beaten up. Because if it was at first, I would have said, okay, he was a bad person and all that, but it wasn't his fault. This was where he came from. And you can't change somebody who came from the gutters. You can shower him. But trust me, he has smelled the whole thing into him. It is in his being. You cannot change him. So as I'm sitting here, if I tell you that I blame him for one day, for whatever happened to me being a single mother, I am a fat liar. Because I should have known my standard and where I am to pick somebody or to choose somebody to my standard. But I decided to be God, to call myself God Esther, to pick somebody from nowhere and mold him for myself.
She was eventually thrown out of her new home along with her 1-year-old child, but her born bright, smart, not giving up spirit again became her comfort.
We went on and on and on and on and on, and one day he just picked up his bag and left. Alone, left me alone in the barracks. After a week or so, I was called. I was asked where he was. I did not know where he was. They started saying that, well, as a military person being in the barracks, you can't just get up and leave. And when you are a woman married to a military man, you're also a military person. So you need to provide him. I went through questioning with my 1-year-old child. It was terrible. It got to... Sorry, can you cut this? Can I have tissue, please? I remember I was at home. There was no food at home. The only thing I have was a can of Cerelac for my son. And I was thinking where I was going to get the next food from, because the shop was not really doing well. I had come fresh out of school. I've not even started working. And I was picked up from the barracks to go for questioning at the marshal's office. And I was asked questions as to where he was. And to cut along, I left something in our honeymoon. We actually went for our honeymoon in Dubai. And even in Dubai, he cheated on me on our honeymoon. So they were of the view that as a military person, he's not supposed to travel like a civilian. So for him to be able to travel, that means if he has been able to leave the country again, I should know where he is. So they will keep tabs on me. Meanwhile, they gave me time to leave the barracks. I didn't know where I was going to go to. But the only thing that kept me going was that gift that my dad always tells me that I have. That born bright, smart, hardcore, persistent, not giving up spirit in me. Because we had to move back to my mom's house. My room in my mom's place had everything there. I still had my bed, I still have my sofa, I still have my TV. So the things in that room, in our room, in me and my ex-husband or whatever, our old husband's room, I didn't know where to take it to. So I made a friend help me. We took them out, went to the market and sold them so cheap. Got some few coins, and then I put my son in school. So I put my son in school. Then I came to tell my mom that I was giving out the shop for rent for some years, and then I was going to go to the UK, buy a ticket, go to the UK and see what life has for me.
Life picked up for her and things seemed to be going quite well again, or was it not?
I left the country and then I left my son for my mom. So I left, went to work a little, got some money, came back, started again. And God being so good, when I got back, I got a job with Toshiba, the franchise holder in Ghana. So I started working with Toshiba. When he left, I think he was deported. When he left, I had already gone to my mom's place. So I was given a job because I hadn't done my national service. So I started my national service at GBC. And then he came back. When he came back, of course, he ran back to me that he went and he's back. And Awo, they are looking for him in the military. So he needed some place to hide. So I went and took a loan again because I was still the missus. Don't forget that. So I went and took a loan and then we got an apartment. So I moved out of my mom's place, but I left my son with my mom and then went to live somewhere in Accra. And that time he said he had started his musical career. So he was going to studios and blah, 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 blah. I was still supporting him. Till one day, the inevitable happened. He left home. We had an argument. He left home and I was looking for him. So I went to where he went to, where I know he will be the next morning. I got there and he was with another woman there. I don't know what happened at that moment because when I saw him and I was like, look, who the hell is that? You know, I started ranting and raving and then suddenly I just went off. And I woke up about 3 weeks later and I didn't have memory of a lot of things. I woke up with amnesia. This amnesia lasted for 8 years, as a matter of fact. So I had amnesia and then he continued with his life so easily.
Once again, life was so much better for her, but the forces of life came back knocking at her heart.
So I had to pick myself up and that was why I got the job in Toshiba. I was doing very well, very, very well. My son was going to one of the #1 schools in Ghana. Life has become good again. I registered in a school in India to do cosmetic science. So I was going to school and I was working. I was traveling all around the world with my son. Life was good. Life was so much better. But trust you me, I made a mistake again. Because at that time, society, when I was going through all that trouble, society got missing. Family got missing. But when things started getting better, all of a sudden, the face of society and family came again, asking for a rematch in marriage because my son supposedly needs a father figure in his life. You're doing well. Your son needs a father figure. Your son is getting spoiled. Do this, do that. Get somebody. Get a father figure. Get a father figure. So I went to Europe for summer holidays with my son. And I met someone. Again. I met this person again. And suddenly when I met him, to buy one ice cream for my son. Hey boy, how are you? Immediately I saw him as a father figure. Oh my God. You know what? It's a blessing to be born in Africa, because if you can survive the system, you can survive anywhere. Because immediately I took pictures. Pictures were on my Facebook. My mom saw it. My late mom saw it. My late mom was like, oh, he's so cute. Is he married? Is he a Christian? Oh, then he's the one. So he became the one again. I didn't take my time again to really get into things. See how his emotional abilities will even carry him far if my son should even push him to the wall. Suddenly, my intellectual brain started planning life. I have a good job. I'm being paying almost $4,000 every month. In fact, for about a year, I don't even touch my salary. I touch my salary when I'm going for holidays, because the allowances alone takes care of me in Ghana. So I'm doing very well.
Another messy surprise came and ruffled her whole life when the father of her second child did this to her.
Okay, darling. This house that you live in, is it on mortgage? Oh yes, so it's on mortgage, but you know, it's hard here now. Business is bad. All of a sudden, business job was bad and all that. Oh, okay. Well, since we're together and all that, I can take care of half of the mortgage for you. I was living in Africa, but I was paying mortgage in Europe. Whereas I could have taken that money and even bought any house in mortgage in Europe. But at that moment, it's all about getting a husband and a family. The hunger for having somebody in my life corrupted my every being. He came. When he came to Ghana, the first thing he did was to sleep with my PA in my own house, in my guest room. I had already shown him to my family. Society had seen us. Look, I remember I told one woman next door, and it was like, that is how every man is. Keep quiet. If you keep quiet, nobody will hear. Just sack the girl and move on with your life with the man. I remember the second thing that he did, he just took my Visa card, went to the bank, took money, because I take him to Osu, you know, went to the bank, took money, and went to a strip club. There was a club at Osu. Went to a strip club. I was looking for my Visa card because there was no money at home. I wanted to take the card to go and buy some stuff for my son that evening. Around 9 o'clock, I'm looking for my Visa card. I can't find it. I'm calling him. He's not picking. Hey, what is happening? I called him. He picked it up. He told me the club that he was. I've forgotten the name of it. It was a strip club. I got there and my money was being distributed to the strippers. So I just got there, took my card, and when I came, he had actually taken a chunk of my money. I bought tickets. He came, just came for a holiday, left to his hometown, came back. He wasn't actually a Ghanaian, so he had to leave Ghana and go to Nigeria to visit his people, come back to Ghana, and then go back. So when he went back, the pressure started mounting again. When are we getting married? When are we getting married? When are we getting married? And I went to look for a father figure for my second son, as society wanted it to be. And I ended up being pregnant with my second child. Okay, so I'm pregnant with my second child. But I was strong this time. I said, no, I'm pregnant with my second child. I will not go ahead with this wedding, this second one. But I will focus on the child. and try as much as I can to streamline my life this time. So immediately I retracted and came back to normalcy. And it was good. Because when he left and went, not knowing, when he got to Nigeria, he had enough money to go and promise marriage to a lady that he knew was there before he went to Europe, that he hasn't gotten money to come before. So the lady also started calling me and telling me that he happens to be the wife of the gentleman. So I said, oh, okay, no problem. Please, so if he's your guy, I beg, take it, because me myself, I don't want it again.
She got her head back in the game of life and speaks proudly about how well she's doing.
I remember I looked in the mirror one day and I told myself that, Queen, you were not born poor. You were born with everything. But along the way, you have made several mistakes that have gotten you here. I want you. I looked in the mirror and I told my image that I want you to promise me that from henceforth, you will make it work and restore yourself back to where you are supposed to be as a single parent. And I made that promise to myself. And I started all over again. And today, I can proudly tell you that I have my own business I'm running, a cosmetic company. I have other businesses that I run. I import cars and other stuff. My biggest son is now 18 years in a good school. My youngest son is now 11 in a very good school. And as a lifestyle coach, I take my time to impart knowledge to the minds of a lot of people. I have helped lots of people build their own companies. Because in between the time when I realized who I was and what I wanted to be, I needed a shortcut because I didn't want to start from zero. So instead of me staying in my kitchen trying to make hair food with my spoon and spatula, I needed some bulky money to start something somewhere. So when I see somebody who has the money, it's like, I want to do it, but I don't know how. Oh, I can do it for you. The person feeds on my intelligence, takes everything that I have at that moment to build him or herself up. I get nothing. And then when he or she is okay, he just throws me to the curb and I come back to square one.
Queen explains why her mother always encouraged her to get married.
You know, I don't know about if there is a modernized way of the old mothers doing things differently. But my mom was the kind of mother who had redemption through marriage. So to her, marriage was everything. So when I went and the first one did not work and I came back, it was all about pray. God will make another way. I don't know if there are other mothers who see differently, but that was how my mom sees things. Because she had her redemption through marriage. Seriously. She was in a village, a rich man came to the village, picked her up, married her, brought her to the city, and she became who she was. So to her, marriage was everything. My siblings, well, we are 8 in number actually, we're a lot. I'm the last girl because we're 2 girls and 6 boys. I have 5 boys following me. So I'm always like, they call me mama. I'm like the mother, you know, because of my stature and everything. And I do something they call penism. I always like to take care of people. I take care of people more than I'm being taken care of. And through that attitude, I learned a bad habit of bottling things inside. No matter what problem I'm having, I show my 32. Hi, how are you? Are you okay? Do you need something? I'll take care of you right now. So it only takes someone with a special grace to actually notice that there is something wrong with this lady. Let me help her. So my siblings, I end up being the bigger one, taking care of everything. So they're always like, oh, she got it. And that was the gift my dad always told me. I'm always in charge. The only person who can see through me is my first son. Because I've done it, now when I'm doing it, it's like, Mama, hello. You are not okay, go to bed. You are tired, go and sleep, let me do it for you. So, I mean, he is the gem that I have. Sometimes people think I have, when you are a single mother and you are strong, society thinks you have hatred for men. Me, I don't hate men, I love men. And there's something I always say, I say it all the time. There are almost 4 billion men on this earth. I've only married 2. What about the 3999999? And I will do anything because I love the company of men. Come on, I wouldn't love women. I love sex. I love men. I love love. But I just have to be sure and keep myself in check on the choices I make when men are concerned.
Listen to her speak about the only things holding her down in this life now.
My 2 wonderful sons, because they keep me going. So I never have any regrets in having them. They are the blessing I have in my life. Without my sons, I think I will be dead. Because at a certain point in time, I feel like giving up. But I want to see them in a certain pedestal. I don't want my kids to ever stand somewhere and say that because my mom went through this, that is why my life is like this. No. So I try as much as I can to give them everything that I had when I was a child. So my kids needs to have the best. So they are my blessing. They keep me going all the time. They keep me on my toes. I for the past 10 years, I wake up at 4 a.m. and they are the reason why. They are a blessing to me. I mean, without them, I wouldn't know where I would be. They are the biggest blessing I have. In life, we have something we call standards. And that is one mistake that everybody makes, especially in this part of our world. We don't put pegs on standards. And that is one problem everybody is having now. Oh, I am too smart. Sometimes I should loosen up. They use that word. Sometimes I should loosen up and mingle with people. Oh, I am too serious. Sometimes I should learn how to mingle. Look, when you are smart, you are smart. There's nothing you can do about it. When you are a nerd, you are a nerd. A nerd, somebody who is intelligent. When you are intelligent, you are intelligent. There's nothing you can do about it. Keep to your standards and don't try to mingle with people because you feel you are the odd one out. Build your own world around yourself. People are being disrespected in relationships because they did not allow the men or the women to go through the process in coming close to them. Everybody has a process to go through to get to somebody. And that process can only be made by you. Because if I don't create the process you have to go through to get to me, you will never know my value. Allow people to go through the process in order to get close to you. Because if you don't allow them, they will come and create problems in your life. You will always take 1 step forward, 3 steps backwards.
Truly, the story of life coach Queen Esther Jackson is inspiring. And that's what we aim to do here on The Untold. We are glad that you joined us for this week's episode, and we're hopeful that you join us once again. Remember to follow us on all social media sites. It's at The GhanaWeb, and as part of our 22nd anniversary here at GhanaWeb, we have nice packages up for you. Follow us also on www.ghanaweb.com for more news and information. Until another time, to stay safe.
22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable. You've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content. You try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of GhanaWeb around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are three types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these three types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
You see, the Christian community will now go into caucus and decide what to do, because lawyer Akoto Ampao has laid some has made us know their roadmap. They are going to the radio stations, and then they'll be organizing some street march and all that. You see, if we get to the street and our numbers come out and you see us and you can still pass this something against this bill, then you have done well. But we are going to cause our people to come on the street, and we are going to warn any government that if you vote against this bill, we will vote you out. And that is it. There's no room for neutrality.
So it has become political.
No, it's not political. It is not political. Ghana is not, what I'm saying is not political. It's about the future of the nation. Anyone who wants to destroy this nation, we will not allow you to rule us. That is it. We are not speaking for NDC, MPP. No, we are speaking as a church. Let me tell you this. The church is the most powerful institution on earth, not parliament, not politics. Look at how politics have divided us. Today you see your friend who is an ever, and you can talk to him, especially around the political year. I mean, what is this? We have to take the values and principles of God on the street. It is this thing that we are losing. That is why we are seeing this nation the way we are seeing. So we want all Christians to arise, so that we go out there and stand for the values and principles of the kingdom of God. That is the only way that will bring deliverance for our nation.
one of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, achieve those challenges.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The Church of Pentecost is over 3.1 million, about 10.38% of the Ghanaian population. And we have brought in 15,000 signatories. I believe that this is significant enough. If they give us time, we can even bring 2 million. Yeah, just to make the statement that this bill be supported 100%. And so we are praying for the parliamentarians to make good arguments. They should know that there is a creation. This is a sovereign state, but the whole world is a sovereign state with a ruler. And then the one who created us reserves the right to tell us how to behave. If we leave the right to behavior in the hands of the creation, then soon every lifestyle will be shielded by law. Till we have some anarchy state, lawlessness in this nation. Now, if you want to have sex with a beast, they say it's okay. If I want to have sex with a pig, it's okay. If I want to marry my daughter, it's okay. If I want to have sex with a tree, it's okay. I mean, so where are we going? So the issue is not about rights. The issue is about morality. What is right and what is wrong. Having said that, we don't hate LGBTQ people, not at all. And we are not saying that they are not human, but we hate their deeds because it is evil. God loved humanity, but he hated sin. And that is what we want to do. Besides, we also think about the future of this nation. You allowed LGBTQ in the society. Now what happens is that now they'll be infiltrating through our educational system to educate our young people of their sexual orientation. Then we'll move to same-sex marriage. And then what this LGBTQ seeks to do is to extinct the human population. Soon there will be no multiplication because people are not marrying the opposite sex. So who do you want to produce a child for you to come and adopt? If your lifestyle does not produce human beings, when God says we should be fruitful and multiply, human beings are needed on this earth to manage the earth. Now, when we extinct them, then we are extincting the world. We are not subtracting anything. We are adding and reinforcing. You see, we should make their operations criminalized. Then, if you don't criminalize it, then you have allowed it in the system. And so if you are saying that if you see somebody who is practicing this, report, it doesn't mean that when I see you and I don't like you, I should go and report that you are homosexual. You must go there with proof. The law always has to do with evidence, so I don't see the argument against it. If you don't criminalize that armed robbery is evil, how will you arrest an armed robber? How will you help him? But beyond that, we are also in to help whoever needs help. If you think that your sexual orientation, we feel that you can be helped, we can be helped. And so our women have spoken in the light of women. And then our youth also have spoken. We are thinking of our young people in school and in their future. We are thinking about their children and how we should orient them against the future. And then all workers in the Church of Pentecost too have spoken. And then our theologians, of course, have also spoken. And so we support this bill in its totality. And that argument that the bill is criminalizing LGBTQ, so that is evil, we should say that it is wrong first. And then we'll look at how we can help the people.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I would say that we've received quite a number of supporting memos. Today appears to be maybe the biggest in a go, but like you heard the deputy clerk say, the Apostolic Church, the Assemblies of God has come in, the Catholic Bishops' Conference have come in, and it's not just Christianity. The Islamic Council has also brought in their support. I know that Shaman Muslim community also did. I know the coalition of Muslim groups are on their way. So there is a large support, and do not forget that this bill, yes, it stands in the name of myself and 7 of my colleagues, 8 members of parliament, but we worked on this bill in conjunction with the National Coalition on the protection of Ghanaian cultural values. And this coalition is made up of the National House of Chiefs. It's made up of the Christian organizations, the Muslim organizations, traditionalists. And so we are in a solid place. We are not swayed. I mean, I always make reference to a July 1st, 2021 report, Dispatch 461 by CDD. And interestingly, the much talked about memo that has raised this issue again has 2 of the fellows from CDD as signatories to it. That dispatch shows that Ghanaians are largely in support of the bill, but this is part of the parliamentary process, and for us, we are welcome to any memos, either in support or against. Like the deputy clerk stated today, we will go through the processes of evaluation, and there'll be a full stakeholder meeting where everybody who has every shade of opinion is welcome to bring it for us to shape the final bill. And so this is the process that we are on.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
Good evening, Ghana. Good evening, Africa. And good evening to you in the world, wherever you may be. I bring you greetings from Africa Web. This is actually the offices of Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited, ATPU. So I bring you greetings from the CEO of Africa Web, Mark Stubb, and I bring you greetings also from the CTO, who is Rob Bellat. Indeed, at Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited, we've got a big portal of innovations. We release them one after the other. This is one of them. This is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Why is this so special? It's because it's unprecedented. The first online business to come up with awards to reward or to recognize our role models in Ghana, and then also to show how exemplary they have been. Indeed, why is this special? It's because you are the ones who have done it. It's audience powered. We thank you very much for what you have done so far. And indeed, today we've got some categories that we are going to actually launch. And the list of nominees are out finally. And obviously, we also have our short codes and how we're going to vote.
So without much ado, indeed, I, Eko Blankson, the commercial manager of ArtView, will just hand you over to GhanaWeb Studios, where we have on standby Na Oyo Kwote and Daniel Odro to bring you the list of nominees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eko Blankson. Like you rightly said, this is the maiden edition of the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. It's a night that we unveil the nominees that you have shortlisted for each award category. Some 85 Ghanaians who have distinguished themselves in various fields of endeavor have been shortlisted by you.
There are 17 categories for the awards, and each category contains 5 nominees. But of course, there's only one winner. And your favorite stands a chance of winning only if you vote.
Indeed, my name is Daniel Odro, and I'll be doing this with my colleague
Na Oyo Kwote.
Before we go into the nominees, let's now go and take highlight of when the award scheme was launched earlier this year at the AH Hotel at East Legon.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's the launch of GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. My name is Benefo Boabena Brantipa. I'll be your MC together with... All right.
So a group of a committee is going to shortlist those who have been nominated. So each nominee will be placed in their respective categories and then shortlisted. Then after the shortlisting, there's going to be a public vote. So the public vote would also take the form of SMS through a short code and then an email, awards@ghanaweb.com and on GhanaWeb.com. So expect to be part of this awards, and then you could vote for anyone who you think falls within the categories that have been announced.
I believe, looking at the categories here, I think that GhanaWeb is doing what government should be doing. Yes, because when you look at the categories, it's a form of motivating many Ghanaians, many youth, businessmen, opportunities for young men and women to be influenced. By such awards. So if GhanaWeb is doing it for us, I would say, Ayuko.
Okay. Freestyle Saturday, so see yana me nyama stop rhythm and rhymes from brass space. Otiye send me a jingle market FM na he was amazed. Send a brati pame to me boasi boa from fueti to say minty will be a case. Makoji mahomeka kreta for this my heart to say my fasting 40 days. Hey, me to the pity say kwa yem pempro, me tim hosa choba wodro. Hey, ko perform means ro hesu. Me to say me muyebu, me nyatente wo me de kentan ko suga mo brempansa bianom. Matia kwa brand niyama na no jom. Me jako so boso sa to coach message we be pay you kwa profit you home and one phone. Over abia.
With a round of applause, I'd like us all to be upstanding, put your hands together as we declare and launch GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. And thank you very much, our distinguished personalities who joined us.
Nominations for the Ghana Web Excellence Awards was opened in mid-July 2021. Now, the month-long exercise came with its own excitement as many of you churned out over 400 nominees you felt should be appreciated for their efforts in making society better. However, our 9-member able board slashed the number to over 80. And with that said, here are the nominees for each category.
The first award category is the Ghana Web Humanitarian Award, and here are your nominees. The nominees for the Ghana Web Humanitarian Award are Honorable Kennedy Ejapon, Member of Parliament of many years standing. He's also a philanthropist. Also in there is Nana Ba Namwa, a journalist of many years standing, the only woman in this category. Apostle Kojo Safo Kantanka. Then you've got Bishop Samuel Noimensa, and last but not the least, Father Andrew Campbell. He's not a Ghanaian, but he's literally a Ghanaian. Yeah. Interesting category.
Yes, another interesting thing for me is there's only one female in this nominee.
Yeah, tells you how hard she's worked over the years.
Yeah, like, she's really done a lot this year. She's really helped a lot of people and solicited for funds for a number of Ghanaians who were in need of help.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see who wins the ultimate of the ultimate award as far as this category is concerned.
The next award is the Ghana Web Women Empowerment Award. The nominees for the Ghana Web Women Empowerment Award are Gipti Auntie, Dr. Joyce Ayi, Larissa Akrofi, Professor Elsie Effa Kaufman, and Stacey Amwating. These are very powerful women in the Ghanaian society, and they've contributed their quota in making society better.
Indeed, and like we say, all of them are winners in their own right, but of course only one person will pick up the ultimate award on the night of the awards. The next award category is the Ghana Web Media Development Award. The Ghana Web Media Development Award nominees are Captain Smart. He works at Onua FM, I believe. Kwame Sefakai is morning show host at Peace FM many years, over 2 decades hosting the morning show. Kweku Baku Jr. needs no introduction. Kwame Kakari, and then Bernard Koku Avle, who works with City FM. Quite a group, and there's no woman in here.
Yeah, I would like to call it a table of strong men.
A table of strong men.
Yes.
And like we say, once again, all of them have distinguished themselves in their various fields of endeavor. These guys have really done an incredible job.
Next, we have the Ghana Web Creative Arts Excellence Award. The nominees for this particular category are Nana Mambak Brown, Stone Boy, Ibrahim Mahama, Sarkodie, and Uncle Ebo White, who is a playwright. Daniel, what do you make of these nominees?
We've got an actress in there, we've got a musician in there, we've got an artist in there, we've got a playwright in there, and I feel this is
a mixture of everything.
Exactly, very balanced.
Not one-sided.
Very balanced,
yeah.
And it will be interesting to see who carries the day. Yeah. The next award category is the Ghana Web Peace and Diplomacy Award, and these are your nominees. The Ghana Web Peace and Diplomacy Award nominees: Apostle Eric Nyameche, Dr. Vladimir Nchidanso, Professor Kofi Ejekum of the University of Ghana, Sheikh Nuhu Shaributu, who is the Chief Imam, and Dr. Ibn Chambers. No woman in there, once again, but they are all deserving of their places.
May the best man win.
Exactly.
The next is Ghana Web Business Development Award. The Ghana Web Business Development Award, we have Dr. Daniel Macaulay, Dr. Joseph Siang, Kweku Bediako, Kwame Despite, and Ibrahim Mahama.
I think the first Ibrahim Mahama was an artist, the guy who's based in the northern region, who who sold an artwork and bought planes to ensure that young children could have a place to learn their art. But this is the Ibrahim Mahama of Jatasment, I believe. Yeah, so
it's beautiful to see there are quite a number of Ghanaians interested in prospering the country.
Exactly.
I should say.
Yeah. The next award category is the GhanaWeb Youth Empowerment Award, and here are your nominees. The GhanaWeb Youth Empowerment Award nominees are Daniel Macaulay, a doctor. He's popularly known as McDan, and he's helped a lot of people in the field of business and the field of sports and a lot more. Bernard Koku Avle, Bright Yao Hojo, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, and Nana Kwame Osei Sapon. Another very, very interesting category. We will see how that goes. These people, according to you, are empowering our youth.
GhanaWeb Leadership Excellence Award. The nominees for the GhanaWeb Leadership Excellence Award are Patrick Ewa, Professor Stephen Adai, Henry Kwoti, Dr. Mensa Otabil, and Bernard Avle. You know, in all of this, I'm excited to see a media person in this, because lately people have been saying the media is disappointing and the media is not doing this, the media is not doing that. But I think that people have a say and they've said it. And I'm excited to see Bernard Avle in a number of categories so far.
May the best person win. The next award category is the GhanaWeb Tech and Innovation Award. And here are your nominees. The nominees are Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. It's become very synonymous with digitization in the country. Kojo Hesse, Andrew Techi Apia, Herman Chinri Hesse, and Alex Bram of Haptel. So another interesting group there.
We have our vice president amongst the nominees.
Quite interesting to see how he will fare against the other nominees.
Up next is the GhanaWeb Culture Promoter Award. Here are the nominees for the GhanaWeb Culture Promoter Award. There's Stephen Apia, Kojo Enchi, Professor Ablade Glover, Wiyala, and Ajwa Yeboah Ejei. Stephen Apia.
Yeah, the Black Stars captain.
Exactly.
I'm sure maybe he's expressing his culture through the way he dresses and the way he connects with his roots. So maybe that's why he's in there. And then Kojo Enchi, the musician, really promoting our culture. Professor Ablade Glover, Wiyala.
I think it's going to be a tight
one
tight for this particular category.
And Ajwa Yeboah Ejei is another media person, like you say, at Peace FM. So quite an interesting group. Let's move on to the next award category, and the category is the GhanaWeb Influential Man Award. We'll see who has been most influential in the country over the last calendar year. Henry Kote is the Accra Minister, Greater Accra Minister, is also a Member of Parliament. Jerry John Rawlings, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Bernard Avle finds himself here again. Kwame Sefa, another media mogul, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams.
GhanaWeb Influential Woman Award. The nominees for the GhanaWeb Influential Woman Award are Georgina Theodora Wood, Patience Echiano of Holland, Africa, Zanato Rollins, Nana Mama Brown, and Dr. Joyce Aye. Great women, I must say.
Great women in good standing. They've all contributed their quota so far, and history will be very kind on them. May the best woman win this category. The next award category is the GhanaWeb Advocate of Good Governance Award. And here are your nominees. The nominees for the GhanaWeb Advocate of Good Governance Award are Bright Simmons, very, very knowledgeable guy and has a say about all the major national issues. Kali J is a social media activist. Bishop S.N. Mensah is a pastor, and Daniel Yao Domalevlo, you all know this name, needs no introduction. Manasseh Azuri Awuni, the journalist, once again doing us very proud in this award category.
GhanaWeb Discovery Award. For the GhanaWeb Discovery Award, we have DJ Switch, Nakiyat Dramani, Kofi Poku, Idrisu Sandu, and Woody Maya. I think this category is particularly about young people. Mostly, most of them are young people.
Right.
We have Nakiyat, the poet, DJ Switch, who has been doing her thing, and also had the opportunity to meet Bill Gates, Kofi Opon, Woody Maya, who is also projecting Africa and not only Ghana. And I hope the best man wins. Or woman wins as well.
Exactly. Let's move on to the next award category. And the next award category is the GhanaWeb Social Media Personality Award. Here are your nominees. The GhanaWeb Social Media Personality Award nominees are Nana Ba Anamwa, Kwame A+, Kali J, and Kojo Sheldon. And then last but not the least is Teacher Kojo. And these are names that you popularly would refer them to. So these are not their maiden names or their names of birth, but these are names that you easily recognize. So may the best person win.
Up next is the GhanaWeb Star Award category. The nominees for the GhanaWeb Star Award category are Kweku Bedu, Stephen Owusu, Cameron Dodu, Joel Savage, and Roxanne Adofo. These are people who are passionate about the society as well, always right, opinionated about what should be done, what should not be done. And I think Ghanaians are also paying attention to them.
Exactly. And this award category is mainly to recognize those who have been very active on the GhanaWeb portal the last 22 years. Don't forget, GhanaWeb is 22 years old. The last award category is the GhanaWeb Most Influential Blogger and Vlogger Award. And here are your nominees. The GhanaWeb Most Influential Vlogger Award nominees are Felix Adomako Mensah, popularly known as Zion Felix, Ameya Deborah, GH Page, Woody Maya, and Kobe Che. So these guys, through their works, are bringing attention to the various issues in our country, interviewing personalities and bringing attention to the social issues.
And also, if consistency was a person, each of these persons fits perfectly into the word consistency.
Yeah, and we salute everyone who's received nomination to be part of the maiden edition of the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. We wish you all the best of luck.
Well, now that you have seen the various categories, Terence Asari of Mobile Content is on standby to take you through the voting process.
Hi, my name is Terence Asari, the Business Development Manager from Mobile Contents, and we are the technology partners for this prestigious award. That's the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This is the first edition, and we are hoping to provide secured platforms for each user, each public user to be able to cast a vote that will determine who is going to be the winner in any category. Now, we're providing two solutions for the voting to be conducted on, that is the USSD and the web solution. For the USSD solution, it is basically going to be on the feature phones where you can dial the *713 *81 hash. Then you cast your votes. It gives you a prompt after dialing the code actually to enter the nominee code. Then you enter the vote bundle option. Then you confirm with your PIN code. Then vote is cast immediately. You will get an SMS confirmation after vote has been cast. For the web solution, you tend to have much more visibility on whatever vote has been cast for each nominee. So in real time, if a nominee is having one vote, you cast immediately, it tops up and says the nominee has 2 votes. So it makes everything transparent without doubts of whoever is being selected as a winner per category. So as technology partners, we just ensure that voting is done in a secured and safe manner, and we pray the best nominee wins. Thank you.
So
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside